Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still get goosebumps just typing this out. It's been years, but I can't shake what happened during my first year at Trinity College in Dublin. I've never told the full story to anyone besides my closest friends, who probably think I was just stressed out from exams or something. I was 19 at the time, living in this old house in Rathmines, with a landlady in her 60s and her 2 grown sons who were in their 30s. The house was one of those tall, narrow Victorian types, with steep stairs and creaky floorboards. Mrs. O'Malley, not using her real name, seemed nice enough when I first moved in. She'd leave breakfast out in the morning and kept to herself mostly. Her sons were quiet. One worked nights and the other did something with computers from home. For the first semester, everything was perfectly normal. I was adjusting to college life, making friends, struggling with assignments, the usual stuff. The house was just a place to sleep and study. Nothing weird, nothing out of the ordinary. But as the second semester was wrapping up, around late April, things started to change. It began subtly. The house felt different somehow, colder. I'd get this feeling like someone was watching me when I'd be studying at my desk. I'd turn around, and of course nobody would be there. I brushed it off as exam stress. Then came the night with the black fog. It was around 2 in the morning, and I'd gotten up to use the bathroom. The bathroom was at the end of the hall, past the staircase. The house was dead silent, except for the occasional creak of the old structure settling. I finished in the bathroom and started walking back to my room. The hallway was dimly lit by a small nightlight. Mrs. O'Malley kept plugged in near the stairs, for safety, she'd said. As I was passing the staircase, something happened. The air in front of me suddenly darkened. At first I thought my eyes were adjusting or playing tricks on me, but no. This was something physical, something present. It was like a fog or a cloud, but completely black, darker than the darkest shadow. It appeared so suddenly that I froze in place. The fog wasn't just dark. It was dense. I could see it swirling, moving with purpose. Instinctively, I reached out to touch it, thinking maybe it was some weird shadow effect from outside. My hand disappeared into it, and I felt resistance. Not solid, but definitely something. When I moved my hand around, I could see the fog swirl and part, like disturbing smoke. I tried to step back, but found I couldn't move properly. It wasn't that I was physically restrained. My body just wouldn't respond correctly, like when you're half asleep and your limbs feel heavy and uncoordinated. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The fog began to expand, surrounding me. I couldn't see the hallway anymore. I couldn't see anything except this impenetrable darkness. I tried to call out, but no sound came. I wasn't breathing right, shallow, panicked breaths that weren't getting enough air into my lungs. I have no idea how long I stood there. It felt like forever, but was probably 30 to 60 seconds. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the fog dissipated. Not gradually, it was just gone in an instant. When it cleared, I realized I had somehow moved. I was standing at the top of the staircase, not beside it like I had been before, but directly in front of it, 1 foot practically over the edge. One more step and I would have tumbled down those steep stairs. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the wall, breathing hard. I waited there for several minutes, expecting the fog to return, but nothing happened. Eventually, I darted back to my room and locked the door. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept telling myself it was exhaustion, or maybe I'd sleepwalked, or it was some kind of weird migraine aura. But deep down, I knew better. That fog was real. It had weight and substance. It had moved me towards those stairs. For the next few days, I tried to act normal. I didn't mention anything to Mrs. O'Malley or her sons. What would I even say? Hey, I saw a sentient black fog in the hallway last night. I'd sound insane, so I kept quiet, but I started avoiding going to the bathroom at night, and I kept my bedroom door locked at all times. About a week after the fog incident, I had the dream about my grandmother. My grandmother had passed away when I was 15. We were close. She practically raised me while my parents worked. In the dream, I was walking up to her old house, the one she had before my parents convinced her to move into a smaller place. It was exactly as I remembered it, down to the chipped blue paint on the front door and the crooked letterbox. The door opened before I could knock, and there she was, my Gran, looking healthy and happy, just like she did before she got sick. She smiled at me, and I felt this rush of joy and relief. "There you are," she said, ushering me inside. "I've been waiting for you to visit." The inside of the house was exactly as it had been years ago, before the renovations my parents did after she moved out. The same faded wallpaper, the same worn carpet, even the same smell, a mix of baking and the lavender sachets she kept in the drawers. She sat me down at the kitchen table and made tea, placing it in front of me with a sandwich, cheese and pickle, my favorite as a kid. She sat across from me, beaming with pride. "Look at you," she said. "All grown up and at university. I always knew you were clever." We talked, and it felt so real. She asked about my courses, my friends, my plans for the future. I told her everything, and she listened attentively, nodding and smiling. It felt so normal, so right, that I forgot she was gone. In that moment, she was alive, and we were just having tea like we used to. Then something changed. She was mid-sentence, telling me how proud she was when her face shifted. It started subtly, her smile stretching a bit too wide, her eyes growing a bit too bright. I thought maybe it was the light playing tricks. But then it continued. Her features began to contort, stretching and twisting in ways that shouldn't be possible. Her mouth expanded, her eyes sank back, her skin seemed to ripple and move. It wasn't my grandmother anymore. It was something wearing her face, and now it was shedding that disguise. I tried to get up, to run, but I was frozen in place. All I could do was watch as her face transformed into something unrecognizable, something not human. The only thing I can compare it to is if you took clay and just kept twisting and pulling it until it lost all semblance of what it was supposed to be. When I finally managed to push my chair back and stand, I glanced down and saw that below the hem of her dress were not her familiar slippered feet, but hooves. Dark, split hooves on what were now bent, animal-like legs. The thing that wasn't my grandmother threw its head back and laughed, a sound like nothing I've ever heard before or since. It was high and low at the same time, a screeching, bellowing noise that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It pierced through me, vibrating in my chest, making my ears ring. I ran. I turned and sprinted for the front door, but the hallway stretched impossibly long before me. I could hear it behind me, the sound of hooves on hardwood getting closer and closer. The door seemed miles away, and no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't reach it. I woke up screaming, not just whimpering or gasping like from a normal nightmare, full-on, throat-raw screaming. I was sitting upright in bed, drenched in sweat, tears streaming down my face. I couldn't stop sobbing, these deep, heaving sobs that felt like they were being torn from my chest. There was banging on my door, Mrs. O'Malley's voice, concerned and alarmed. "Are you all right in there? What's happened?" I couldn't answer her right away. I was hyperventilating, trying to convince myself it was just a dream, but it had felt so real. The sound of that laugh was still echoing in my ears. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together enough to open the door and assure her I was fine, just a bad dream. She looked skeptical but didn't press the issue. I noticed one of her sons standing in the hallway behind her, watching silently. There was something in his expression I couldn't read, something that made me close and lock my door again as soon as they left. I didn't sleep again that night, or much the next night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that twisted face, heard that inhuman laugh. A few days later, I went home for the weekend. I needed to get out of that house, to be somewhere that felt safe. My parents lived about an hour outside Dublin in a small town where I grew up. Being home helped. I started to convince myself that it had all been stress, lack of sleep, exam pressure. Until the final incident. I woke up in the middle of the night with a burning sensation on my right thigh. It felt like someone had dragged something hot across my skin. I switched on my bedside lamp and pulled back my pajama shorts to look. There, running from the top of my thigh down toward my knee, was a scratch. Not a small scratch like you might get from brushing against something. This was a long, deep gash, maybe 7 or 8 inches long. It was red and angry with raised edges and had already started to bead with blood in places. It looked like an animal had clawed me. The pattern was distinct. Not a straight line, but slightly curved, with what appeared to be 4 parallel marks, like something with 4 claws had raked down my leg. I sat there staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I hadn't felt anything before I woke up. There was nothing in my bed that could have caused it. My nails were short and blunt from my nervous habit of biting them during exam season, so I couldn't have done it to myself in my sleep. My family's dog slept outside in his kennel, and even if he had somehow gotten into my room, the marks were wrong, too wide for his paws, and he'd never been aggressive anyway. I cleaned the scratch with disinfectant from the bathroom, wincing at the sting. It was real. This wasn't in my head. Something had marked me. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat up with the lights on until morning, jumping at every creak and rustle. When my parents asked about my exhausted appearance at breakfast, I made up an excuse about studying late. I couldn't bring myself to tell them. What would they think, that their daughter was losing her mind? I went back to the house in Dublin the next day, packed up as much as I could, and told Mrs. O'Malley I was moving out. I made up some story about wanting to be closer to campus for the last few weeks of term. She seemed disappointed but not surprised. As I was leaving, I caught one of her sons watching me from the top of the stairs, the same one who had been in the hallway after my nightmare. He didn't say anything, just watched me go with an unreadable expression. I stayed with a friend until I found new accommodation. I never went back to that house, never even walked down that street if I could avoid it. That was 3 years ago. Since moving out, I haven't experienced anything like it again. No black fog, no twisted nightmares, no inexplicable injuries. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was all in my head. Stress, exhaustion, and overactive imagination. But then I catch sight of the scar on my thigh. Faded now, but still visible. And I know it was real. Something was in that house, something that wanted to hurt me. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder what would have happened if that fog had pushed me down those stairs, or if whatever visited me in the guise of my grandmother had caught me in that endless hallway. I still don't know what it was, or why it targeted me. I've never gone looking for answers either. Some things I think are better left unknown. Story 2. I've never been what you'd call a believer in the paranormal. Sure, I'd watch those ghost hunting shows for laughs, and I've always had a fascination with the occult, but it was always from a safe, skeptical distance. That changed about 7 months ago, after an experience I still can't fully explain, and honestly, I'm still hesitant to share it because I know how it sounds, but I need to get this off my chest. And maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It started innocently enough. I was going through one of those late-night internet rabbit holes. You know the kind where you start by looking up something mundane and 3 hours later you're reading about obscure conspiracy theories? Anyway, I somehow ended up on this website dedicated to spirit keeping. I'd never heard of this concept before, but apparently it's a practice where people claim they can summon, communicate with, and then bind spirits to physical objects like jewelry or statues. They then sell these companioned items to buyers who want a spiritual entity in their life. I was fascinated in that "is this for real" kind of way. The site had hundreds of listings, all with detailed descriptions of the spirits allegedly attached to them, their personalities, powers, and histories. There were jinn, fae, angels, demons, dragons, basically any mythological entity you could think of. Most listings ranged from $50 to a few $100s, which seemed absurd to pay for what I assumed was just someone's creative writing exercise. As I scrolled through, one particular listing caught my eye: a vampire spirit for $500. According to the description, vampire spirits were rare and powerful entities that fed not on blood, but on the energy of other spirits. The listing claimed these beings were excellent protectors because they could essentially consume harmful entities that might try to attack their keeper. I clicked on the listing out of curiosity. The page had several stock-like photos that were supposed to be energy readings of the spirit. One image showed what looked like a brown, smoky, blob-like shadow. I remember thinking it resembled one of those ink blot tests psychologists use. The description was elaborate, claiming this particular vampire spirit was ancient, patient, and seeking a keeper who appreciated its protective abilities. I didn't purchase it. $500 is a lot to spend on what I considered complete nonsense. But I did save the listing to my bookmarks. I figured I'd show it to my fiancée later, as we both enjoyed laughing at this kind of stuff. Little did I know that simple act would lead to one of the most unsettling nights of my life. My fiancée got home from work around 7 that evening. The moment they walked through the door, I knew something was off. They looked tense, uncomfortable. When I asked what was wrong, they hesitated before asking, "Did you bring something home?" I need to explain that my fiancée has always been sensitive to things I can't perceive. They'll often know who's calling before checking the phone, or sense when someone is upset before they say anything. I've always chalked it up to being perceptive about body language, or subconsciously picking up on patterns, but they insist it's something more. Either way, I've learned to take their feelings somewhat seriously. "What do you mean?" I asked, genuinely confused. "There's something here that wasn't here this morning," they said, looking around our apartment with obvious discomfort. "Something's watching you." A chill ran down my spine despite my skepticism. Watching me? Like what? I don't know exactly. It's like... They paused, struggling to find words. "It's like a brown shadow blob thing. And it's watching you the way a cat watches a mug. It's about to push off a counter." That description sent a wave of unease through me. I immediately thought of the image from the vampire spirit listing. The brown, smoky shadow. But that was impossible. I'd only looked at a web page, saved a bookmark. I hadn't bought anything or performed any rituals. "I think I know what you might be sensing," I said, trying to keep my voice casual as I opened my laptop to show them the website. "I was browsing this weird site earlier today. Maybe that's what you're picking up on." When I pulled up the listing with the images, my fiancé's face went pale. They backed away from the screen, genuinely angry now. "Why would you mess with something like this?" they demanded. "That's exactly what I'm seeing. It followed you home from that site." I tried to explain that I was just browsing, that I hadn't done anything to summon anything, but my fiancé was upset. They insisted we needed to cleanse the apartment immediately. I still wasn't convinced anything supernatural was happening, but seeing my usually level-headed partner so disturbed was unsettling enough that I agreed to help. We spent the next hour burning sage, which we fortunately had left over from a housewarming gift, and opening windows despite the cold February air. My fiancé placed salt lines at the doorways and windows, all the typical things you see in movies about warding off spirits. I went along with it to be supportive, still thinking this was an overreaction to a coincidence. After our impromptu cleansing, my fiancé said they still sensed the entity, but that it seemed to be keeping its distance now. They insisted on sleeping with the lights on that night, something they'd never done before. I lay awake for hours, listening to my fiancé's breathing beside me. Although I couldn't see or sense anything unusual, the whole situation had me on edge. What if there really was something to all this? What if merely looking at that listing had somehow created a connection to whatever was pictured there? I tried to dismiss these thoughts as irrational, but in the darkness of our bedroom, with every small creak or shadow, my skepticism felt increasingly flimsy. Around 3 in the morning, I finally decided I needed to address this directly, if only to put my own mind at ease. I carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake my fiancé, and went to our living room. I didn't want to turn on the lights and potentially wake them up, so I grabbed a small battery-powered candle we kept for power outages. I felt ridiculous as I sat cross-legged on the floor with the fake candle in front of me. I had no idea what I was doing, just piecing together things I'd seen in movies or read in books. I closed my eyes and tried to focus my thoughts. If there's something here that followed me from that website, I want to communicate with you. I whispered into the darkness. I'm going to ask yes or no questions. 1 flicker for yes, 2 for no. I waited, feeling increasingly foolish. The battery-powered candle glowed steadily with its artificial flame. Nothing happened. I was about to give up when suddenly the light dimmed briefly, just once, before returning to normal. My heart jumped into my throat. It could have been a coincidence, a battery fluctuation, but the timing was too perfect. I decided to continue. Are you the entity from the website listing I viewed today? The light dimmed once. Yes, my mouth went dry. Are you what they called a vampire spirit? Another single flicker. Yes. Did you follow me because I showed interest in the listing? Yes. 1 flicker. My hands were shaking now. I tried to think logically. Maybe the battery was just failing in a pattern. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dim light. But each response came exactly when I finished my question, not randomly. Do you intend to harm me or my fiancé? 2 distinct flickers. No. Why are you here then? I asked before realizing I'd asked a question that couldn't be answered with yes or no. I quickly corrected myself. Did you come here looking for a keeper? 1 flicker. Yes. The conversation, if you could call it that, continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. Through yes and no questions, I pieced together that this entity had been attracted by my interest in the listing. It wasn't bound to me yet, but it had come to observe me, to see if I might be a suitable keeper. The spirit keeper who had posted the listing hadn't actually captured or bound this entity. It had simply created a sort of advertisement that actual spirits could respond to if they wished. The more we talked, the more I felt a strange presence in the room with me. Not threatening exactly, but definitely there. A weight to the air, a feeling of being watched intently. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it, like the pressure change before a storm. Finally, I said, I'm sorry if I gave you the impression I was looking for a spirit companion. I was just browsing out of curiosity. I'm not ready for something like this. The candle flickered once. Understanding, would you be willing to leave us in peace, to go back to wherever you were before? The light remained steady for so long I thought our communication had ended. Then finally, a single flicker. Yes. Thank you, I whispered. I wish you well. As soon as I spoke those words, the battery-powered candle went completely dark. Not a flicker or a dim, it just shut off entirely. When I picked it up and tried the switch, it worked perfectly again, but something had changed in the room. The heaviness in the air was gone, the feeling of being observed had vanished. I returned to bed, my mind reeling. My fiancé woke briefly as I climbed under the covers. It's gone, they murmured sleepily. Whatever it was, it's not here anymore. The next morning, I deleted my account on the Spirit Keeping website, cleared my browsing history, and blocked the site from my devices. I don't know what exactly happened that night. Maybe it was all coincidence and suggestion. Maybe my fiancé's conviction created a shared delusion. Or maybe there really are things in this world that can reach out to us through something as simple as looking at a web page with interest. I still don't know what to believe, but I do know that I'll never casually browse sites like that again. Some doors, once opened even a crack, are difficult to close completely. 7 months later, I still occasionally feel like I'm being watched when I'm alone, but it's probably just my imagination working overtime after that experience. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Oh, story 3. I'm still shaking as I write this. It's been 3 days since it happened, and I can't sleep without seeing those headlights in my mirrors. I need to get this out somewhere because I don't think anyone in my life really understands how terrifying it was. So I'm 22, and in my senior year at University of Arkansas, I'd gone home for a long weekend to visit my parents near the Illinois-Indiana border. The drive back to school is about 8 hours, and I've made it enough times that I know the route pretty well. Usually I just take the interstates the whole way. I-57 south through Illinois, then I-55, and eventually onto I-40 through to Arkansas. But last Thursday when I was heading back, there were winter weather advisories all over the news. The interstates were getting hit with freezing rain, especially around Memphis, and there were reports of multiple accidents. I checked my weather app, and it looked like the storm system was mainly tracking along the Mississippi. So I decided to cut through Missouri instead, taking the scenic route through the Ozarks. It would add maybe an hour to my trip, but I figured better safe than delayed for hours on an icy interstate or, worse, in an accident. I left later than I meant to, around 2 in the afternoon, which meant I wouldn't make it back until late. I wasn't too worried though. I've driven at night plenty of times, and my little Honda Civic is reliable. I had snacks, water, a full tank of gas, and my phone was charged. Everything was totally normal for the first few hours. The sun started setting around 5:30, and I was well into Missouri by then. The roads were clear, no ice, but it had been raining on and off, making everything wet and reflective in my headlights. I had the radio playing low, just focusing on the drive. Once I got onto the smaller highways cutting through Mark Twain National Forest, the traffic thinned out considerably. It was actually kind of peaceful driving through the winding roads with the dense forest on either side. It was fully dark by 6:30, and I'd been driving through the Ozarks for about an hour. The roads were getting narrower and more winding with fewer cars. I knew this route would eventually connect me back to a more major highway that would take me straight to Fayetteville, but I still had a good 2 hours or so of these back roads. Around 7, I came to a slowdown. There were flashing lights up ahead, police cars and an ambulance. As I crept forward, I could see there had been some kind of accident. A car was off the road, halfway down an embankment. Emergency responders were helping someone on a stretcher into the ambulance. A cop was directing traffic, letting cars through one at a time around their vehicles. When it was my turn, I drove by slowly, feeling that awful rubbernecking guilt, but unable to look away from the crumpled front end of the car. It looked like they'd gone off the road on one of the curves. After I passed the accident, I was extra cautious. The road was so dark out here, no streetlights, just my headlights cutting through the blackness and the wet pavement reflecting everything. I slowed down on the curves, keeping to about 45 miles per hour, even though the speed limit was 55. Better safe than sorry. I'd been driving for maybe 5 minutes after passing the accident when I noticed headlights behind me, just one car back there, which wasn't unusual, but something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but then I realized what it was. They were way too close, like dangerously close to my bumper, close enough that I couldn't see the ground between us in my rearview mirror, just this bright light. And that was the other thing. It only had one working headlight. The other was either out completely or much dimmer. I could make out that it was some kind of pickup truck, boxy and older looking, but not much else, with that light beaming right into my mirrors. I tapped my brakes lightly, just to signal to them that they were too close. You know, the universal back-off signal. Instead of backing off, they flashed their high beams. The light was so bright it practically blinded me through all three of my mirrors. I flinched and had to look away, nearly missing a curve in the road. I sped up, thinking they wanted to pass. The speed limit was 55, and I pushed it to 60, expecting them to go around me at the next straightaway. But they didn't. They just matched my speed exactly, still right on my bumper. I slowed back down to 50, and they slowed down too, always staying the same distance, way too close. By this point, my heart was starting to race. I told myself not to panic. Maybe they were drunk, or just an aggressive driver. I kept driving, watching the truck in my mirrors. The road was so dark and empty, I hadn't seen another car since the accident site. After about 10 minutes of this, I was starting to get really freaked out. We'd come to several straight stretches where they could have easily passed me, but instead, they just stayed right behind me. I tried speeding up again, 65 this time, and they matched me perfectly. I slowed down to 40, and they slowed too. Still riding my bumper, I checked my phone. Only one bar of service flickering in and out. I tried to call my roommate, but the call wouldn't go through. I was too deep in the forest, too far from any cell towers. At one point I slowed almost to a stop, about 15 miles per hour, thinking they would have to go around me. Instead, they slowed too, and then laid on the horn. This long, angry blast that made me jump in my seat. Then they flashed their high beams again and again, flooding my car with light. I was full on panicking now. This had been going on for over 30 minutes. I hadn't seen another car, no houses, nothing but trees and more trees. The road kept winding through the hills with no end in sight. I was at least an hour from the next major town. Then I remembered something. There was a ranger station somewhere in this forest. I'd passed it on a previous trip when I'd taken this route during daylight hours. I couldn't remember exactly where, but I thought it was maybe 20 minutes ahead. If I could make it there, I'd be safe. There would be rangers, or at least emergency phones. I kept driving, trying to keep my hands steady on the wheel. The truck stayed right behind me the whole time, that one headlight burning into my mirrors. Every time I adjusted my mirrors to try to avoid the glare, they would adjust too, making sure the light was right in my eyes. Then I saw a turnoff ahead, a narrow gravel road branching off to the right. I made a split-second decision and took it, not signaling, just jerking the wheel and turning hard. I thought maybe I could lose them, or at least surprise them enough that they'd go past the turn. But to my absolute horror, they made the turn too. Now I was on this tiny gravel road that was barely wide enough for two cars, with the truck still right behind me. The gravel crunched and popped under my tires, and I could feel my car sliding slightly on the wet stones. I was going too fast for this kind of road, but I was too scared to slow down. The truck was even closer now, if that was possible. Their high beams were on constantly, filling my entire car with light. I couldn't see anything in my mirrors except that blinding glare. They started honking again, long, angry blasts that echoed through the forest. I had no idea where this road led. What if it was a dead end? What if it just led deeper into the forest, further from help? But I couldn't turn around. The truck was too close behind me. I couldn't stop. I was trapped. I pushed my speed up to 50 on this gravel road, which was absolutely terrifying. My car was sliding on the curves, and I had to fight to keep it on the road. The truck matched my speed exactly, staying right on my tail. I was sobbing now, tears making it even harder to see. Then I remembered the ranger station again. I had a vague memory that it was somewhere off one of these side roads. Could this be it? I decided my only hope was to keep going and pray that this road led somewhere with people. I drove like this for what felt like forever, but was probably about 15 minutes. Every curve, every hill, I was sure I would slide off the road. My hands were cramping from gripping the steering wheel so hard. The truck never let up, high beams on, horn blasting intermittently, right on my bumper. And then, like a miracle, I saw lights ahead. As I got closer, I could make out a building with a parking lot. It was the ranger station. I almost cried with relief. I turned sharply into the parking lot, and as soon as my tires hit the pavement, motion sensor floodlights came on, illuminating the whole area. I screeched to a stop right in front of the main building and looked back. The truck had stopped at the entrance to the parking lot. In the floodlights, I could see it was an old Ford pickup, dark-colored, maybe blue or black. The driver's side headlight was the only one working, and there was no license plate, at least not one I could see. I couldn't see the driver clearly, just a silhouette. They sat there idling, as if deciding what to do. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone, but I managed to get it up like I was recording them. I wasn't. I was trying to call 911, but my signal was still too weak, but they didn't know that. After about 15 seconds of this standoff, the truck suddenly reversed, then turned around and drove away, back down the gravel road. I watched until their taillight disappeared around a bend. I sat there shaking for a long time, trying to catch my breath. The ranger station appeared to be closed for the night, but just being in that lit parking lot made me feel safer. Eventually, I managed to drive around to the back of the building where I found an emergency phone. I called the sheriff's department, and an officer came out about 30 minutes later. When I told the sheriff what happened, he took it seriously. He didn't dismiss me or act like I was overreacting. In fact, he said, I wasn't the first woman to report something like this on that stretch of road. He was vague about details, but he mentioned something about unsavory purposes and remote properties in the area. He asked if I'd gotten a license plate number, and when I said there wasn't one, he just nodded, like that wasn't surprising. The sheriff followed me all the way to the Arkansas state line to make sure I got there safely. I made it back to my apartment around 3 in the morning, completely exhausted and still terrified. I haven't told many people about this because I don't want to sound paranoid, but I will never ever take that route through the Ozarks again, no matter how bad the weather is on the interstates. Something about the way that truck followed me, the way the driver seemed to know exactly what they were doing. I can't stop thinking about what might have happened if I hadn't found that ranger station. Story 4. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even now, typing this out makes my hands shake a little. It happened when I was 12 years old, but I remember it like it was yesterday. It was a Friday evening in October. My parents had gone out for dinner at this new Italian place downtown. Some anniversary thing or whatever. They'd left around 6:30, and Ethan, my 16-year-old brother, had told them he was going to hang out at his friend Marcus's house. So I was home alone, which wasn't a big deal. I was old enough to take care of myself for a few hours. I'd made myself a bowl of mac and cheese, watched some TV, and then headed up to my room to read the latest teen magazine I'd gotten from the grocery store. I remember I was sitting cross-legged on my bed, reading some article about how to tell if your crush likes you back. Typical 12-year-old stuff. It was probably around 8 o'clock when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. I didn't think much of it. I just figured my parents had come home early, or maybe Ethan had decided not to go to Marcus's after all. I kept reading, flipping through the pages, when I felt someone watching me. I looked up, and there was Ethan, leaning against my doorframe with his arms crossed. He was wearing his favorite navy blue hoodie and jeans. Nothing unusual about that. It was practically his uniform. "Hey, Squirt," he said, giving me that half smile he always did. "What are you reading?" I held up the magazine. "Just some stupid teen magazine." He nodded, still leaning against the doorframe. "Mom and Dad still out?" "Yeah," I said. "They should be back soon, though." He looked around my room like he was just taking it in. "Your math test go okay today?" That was typical Ethan. He was always checking up on me, making sure I was doing okay in school. He helped me with homework all the time, especially math, which I struggled with. "Yeah, I think I did okay." Those practice problems you helped me with last night really made sense. He nodded, looking pleased. Cool. You'll probably get an A. We chatted for a few more minutes about nothing important. School, what was on TV, normal stuff. Then he pushed himself off the door frame. All right, I'm gonna grab something to eat. Thanks, Ethan, I said automatically, looking back down at my magazine. For what? He asked, pausing. I shrugged. I don't know. For checking on me, for helping with math, whatever. He just smiled, gave a little wave, and headed back down the hallway. I heard his footsteps on the stairs, and then I went back to reading. About 15 minutes later, I heard the front door open and my parents' voices calling out hello. I didn't get up right away. I was in the middle of a quiz about what your favorite color says about your personality, or something equally ridiculous. But then I heard my mum call out, Ethan, are you home? I frowned, confused. She must not have seen him downstairs. I heard my dad say something, and then my mum called up the stairs. Honey, is Ethan up there with you? No, I called back, marking my place in the magazine and getting up. He was just in here a few minutes ago, though. He went downstairs. I walked out to the top of the stairs. My mum was standing at the bottom, looking confused. What do you mean? We just got home and the house was dark. He just came in to say hi like 15 minutes ago, I said, starting to feel a weird crawling sensation at the back of my neck. He was wearing his blue hoodie. My mum and dad exchanged looks. Are you sure it wasn't earlier, before he left for Marcus's? No, it was just now, I insisted. Like, literally 15 minutes ago. He asked about my math test and everything. My dad frowned. Ethan's been at Marcus's all evening. We dropped him off there on our way to dinner, remember? That cold feeling spread from my neck down my spine. I came down the stairs slowly. But I just saw him. I just talked to him. My parents must have seen something in my face because they didn't argue. Instead, they started looking around the house. My dad checked the basement while my mom looked in the garage. I stood in the living room hugging myself, that cold feeling getting worse. They came back a few minutes later. No sign of him, my dad said. Let's call his cell. My mum dialed Ethan's number and put it on speaker. He answered after 3 rings. Hello? There was laughter and music in the background. Definitely sounded like he was at Marcus's. Ethan, it's Mom. Are you still at Marcus's house? Yeah, he said, sounding confused. That's where you dropped me off, remember? We're playing Xbox. Why? My mom looked at me, her eyebrows raised. Your sister says you were just in her room 15 minutes ago, talking to her. There was a pause on the other end. What? No, I've been here all night. Marcus's mom ordered pizza and we've been playing Halo for like 3 hours straight. I felt sick, physically sick, like I might throw up right there on the living room carpet. Because I knew what I'd seen. I knew who I'd talked to. It was Ethan, or at least it looked exactly like Ethan, sounded exactly like Ethan, even had all his mannerisms. But I saw him, I whispered, my voice shaking. I talked to him. My mom put her hand on my shoulder, but I could tell she didn't believe me. She thought I'd fallen asleep and dreamed it or something, but I hadn't. I'd been wide awake. Okay, honey, she said to me, then back into the phone. What time will you be home? I don't know. Like 11, is that okay? That's fine. We'll see you then. She hung up and looked at my dad, who shrugged. Maybe you dozed off while reading, my dad suggested. Had a really vivid dream. I didn't fall asleep, I insisted, but I could tell they didn't believe me. I wouldn't have believed me either. It sounded crazy. How could Ethan be in 2 places at once? The rest of the evening was tense. My parents tried to act normal, but I could tell they were worried about me. I went back to my room but couldn't focus on my magazine anymore. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, trying to find something off about Ethan that I might have missed, but there was nothing. He looked normal, sounded normal, acted normal. When the real Ethan came home around 11, I was sitting in the living room with my parents, watching TV but not really seeing it. He walked in, tossed his backpack on the floor, and headed straight for the kitchen. "There's leftover pasta in the fridge," my mom called after him. "Thanks," he called back, and I heard the refrigerator open. I followed him into the kitchen. He was standing there in his navy blue hoodie, the exact same one Ethan had been wearing earlier, pulling the container of pasta out of the fridge. "Hey," I said, my voice small. "Can I talk to you for a second?" He turned around, a fork already stuck in the pasta. "Sure, what's up?" Were you here earlier tonight, like around 8? He frowned, confused. "No, I was at Marcus's all night. Mom and Dad dropped me off there at like 6, remember? So you didn't come into my room and ask me about my math test?" He shook his head slowly, looking at me like I was acting really weird. "Number 1, I wasn't here. I was shooting aliens with Marcus." He paused, studying my face. "Why? Did something happen?" I took a deep breath. "I saw you, or someone who looked exactly like you. He came into my room, we talked for a few minutes, and then he went downstairs. But Mom and Dad say you weren't here, and you say you weren't here, but I swear I saw you." Ethan stared at me for a long moment, fork suspended halfway to his mouth. Then he set the pasta container down on the counter. "Are you serious right now?" "Yes," I said, feeling tears start to form. "I'm not making this up, Ethan. I'm not crazy. Someone who looked exactly like you was in my room tonight." Ethan was not the type to pull pranks. He was serious, responsible, the kind of brother who helped with homework, not the kind who would orchestrate some elaborate practical joke. And the look on his face told me everything I needed to know. He was genuinely confused and a little freaked out. I don't know what to tell you," he said finally. "It wasn't me. I wasn't here." I nodded, wiping at my eyes. "I know. That's what scares me." That night, I slept with all the lights on. I kept seeing Ethan leaning in my doorway every time I closed my eyes. The way he smiled, the way he crossed his arms. It was all perfect, too perfect. I slept with the lights on for weeks afterward. My parents tried to convince me I'd just had a very vivid dream, or that I was mixing up days. Maybe Ethan had come into my room some other time and asked about a math test, and my brain was just confused. But I knew what I'd seen, and Ethan knew I was telling the truth, or at least that I believed I was telling the truth. He started checking on me more often, making sure I was okay. He'd knock on my door before coming in, giving me plenty of warning so I wouldn't be startled. Eventually, it became one of those weird family legends we'd discuss at holidays, the night not Ethan came to visit. My parents would laugh about it, treating it like one of those strange, unexplainable things that happen sometimes. But Ethan and I never really laughed about it. We'd exchange looks when it came up, a silent acknowledgement passing between us, because he knew I wasn't lying, and I knew he hadn't been there. Years later, I read about something paranormal researchers call doppelgangers, entities that can take on the appearance of people you know. Some theories say they're interdimensional beings, others say they're spirits or demons. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that something that looked exactly like my brother visited me that night. It knew things only Ethan would know, like my math test. It acted exactly like him in every way. And to this day, I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear footsteps coming up the stairs. I still sometimes feel like someone's watching me from my doorway. Sometimes I still sleep with the lights on. Story 5. I still get goosebumps thinking about this. It happened back in 2006 while I was hauling flatbed through rural Tennessee. I'd been driving trucks for about 7 years by then, so I was used to the lonely roads, strange hours, and occasional weird encounters that come with the job. But nothing prepared me for what happened that afternoon. It was early October, one of those perfect fall days with clear skies and temperatures in the low 60s. I'd just picked up a load of construction materials outside Memphis, mostly lumber and some pallets of concrete mix. and was heading toward Nashville on a winding two-lane road that cut through dense woods. The route wasn't my first choice, but construction on the main highway forced me to take this back road shortcut. About 5 miles after leaving the distribution center, I glanced in my side mirror and noticed the tarp flapping above my load. This is a serious issue for flatbed drivers. An unsecured tarp can fly off on the highway, causing accidents or at the very least exposing your cargo to weather. I muttered a few choice words under my breath and started looking for a safe spot to pull over. The road was narrow with practically no shoulder in most places, just a guardrail and then a drop-off into thick woods. Finally, I spotted a small gravel pull-off area ahead, probably used by the Forestry Service or local hunters. I carefully eased my rig onto it, putting on my hazards and making sure I was visible to any oncoming traffic. I climbed down from the cab, stretching my legs while mentally calculating how long this would take. Probably 15 minutes tops if I worked quickly. The area was completely silent, except for the occasional rustle of leaves and distant bird calls. No other vehicles had passed since I'd pulled over, which wasn't surprising given how remote this stretch was. As I walked to the back of the trailer to grab my extra bungee cords, I happened to look down the road behind me. That's when I first saw him, a lone figure walking along the roadside, probably a quarter-mile away. I didn't think much of it initially. People break down all the time on these back roads, and cell service is spotty at best. I went about my business, climbing up onto the trailer and starting to secure the loose section of tarp. Every so often, I'd glance up to check the man's progress. He was walking at a steady pace straight toward me. Something about his gait seemed off, but I couldn't put my finger on what exactly. He didn't appear to be limping, just walking strangely. As he got closer, maybe 100 yards away now, my instincts started buzzing. I've picked up thousands of hitchhikers over the years, talked with all kinds of people at truck stops across 48 states, and you develop a sense for when something isn't right. This guy was setting off all my internal alarms. First off, his appearance made no sense for the setting. He had this weird haircut, kind of like a mullet, but it looked like someone had taken scissors to it while blindfolded. Chunks were missing, and it was uneven all over. His clothes were filthy and oddly layered. He was wearing what looked like 3 t-shirts of different lengths under a flannel shirt, despite the mild weather. His jeans were caked with something dark around the knees, and one of his sneakers was missing its laces completely. I made a quick decision and climbed down from the trailer. Moving to the side of the truck facing the approaching stranger, I reached for my winch bar, this 4-foot piece of solid steel that weighs about 8 pounds. We use them to tighten the straps on our loads, but they make a pretty effective deterrent in a pinch. I casually positioned it within arm's reach against the trailer. The man was about 20 feet away now. Up close, he looked even worse. His eyes were bloodshot but alert, darting around constantly. His face was weathered, making it hard to guess his age. Could have been 35 or 55. He had several days' worth of patchy stubble and a crusty substance at the corner of his mouth. He stopped about 10 feet from me and said flatly, "I got a long walk." His voice was surprisingly normal, not slurred or aggressive, which somehow made the whole situation more unsettling. "Where you headed?" I asked, keeping my response brief while trying to assess the situation. "Up the road," he replied vaguely, gesturing ahead with a jerky motion. I nodded, trying to appear casual while keeping my eye on him. Well, good luck with that. I turned back to my work, hoping he'd take the hint and move on. From the corner of my eye, I saw him walk away, continuing up the road. I felt the tension in my shoulders ease slightly as I climbed back up to finish securing the tarp. About 5 minutes passed as I worked on tightening down the loose section. I was almost done when movement caught my eye. Looking up, I saw the same man walking back toward my truck from the direction he'd just gone. This time, he was about 50 yards away. My pulse quickened. This made no sense. If he was trying to get somewhere, why double back? I quickly finished the knot I was tying and moved back to the side of the trailer where I'd left the winch bar. He approached and stopped at almost the exact same spot as before. With the same flat affect, he repeated, "I got a long walk." It was like déjà vu, as if someone had rewound a tape and played the same scene over again. "Look, man," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "I can't give you a ride if that's what you're asking. Company policy. I'd lose my job." He stared at me for an uncomfortably long moment, then nodded slowly. "Company policy," he repeated, as if testing out the phrase. Then he turned and walked away again, in the same direction as before. I watched him go for a minute, then rushed to finish securing the last corner of the tarp. Something was very wrong here, and I wanted to get back on the road as quickly as possible. I was just putting away my tools when I glanced up again. My blood went cold. The man was returning for a third time, and now he was walking quickly, almost marching, with purpose in his stride. But that wasn't the worst part. As he approached, I could see he was holding his hand up to the side of his face, thumb extended toward his ear, pinky toward his mouth, like a child mimicking a telephone, and he was talking into it, arguing actually. "No, no, no," he was saying forcefully to his hand. "That's not right, you're wrong, I told you already." He was now about 30 yards away and closing fast. I immediately abandoned my final checks and grabbed the winch bar. I climbed into the cab, slammed the door, and locked it. I placed the winch bar on the passenger seat within easy reach and started the engine. Through the windshield, I could see him approaching the front of my truck. He was still talking into his handphone, but now his expression had changed. His eyes had gone wide, and he was nodding vigorously at whatever imaginary conversation he was having. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I put the truck in gear and pulled out, tires spinning on the gravel. As I accelerated onto the pavement, I passed him at about 10 feet distance. What I saw as I drove by haunts me to this day. He had stopped walking and was standing completely still at the edge of the pull-off area. His handphone was still held up to his face, but he had stopped talking. He was just standing there, completely expressionless, like a mannequin. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, not following my truck as I passed, not looking at anything in particular, just staring into empty space. In my side mirror, I watched his figure grow smaller as I accelerated away. He remained frozen in that same position until I lost sight of him around a bend. I drove white-knuckled for the next hour, constantly checking my mirrors to make sure he hadn't somehow followed me. I kept thinking about how wrong the entire encounter had felt. I've met plenty of people with addiction issues on the road. I've encountered homeless folks, drifters, and people struggling with mental illness. This guy didn't fit neatly into any of those categories. It was the blankness that got to me most, like someone had emptied out a human being and was poorly operating the shell that remained. The way he repeated the same phrase, the way he returned multiple times as if following a script. The expressionless stare at the end. I radioed a buddy who was driving about 20 miles ahead of me on the same route. I described the guy and asked if he'd seen anyone similar. My friend hadn't, but promised to keep an eye out. I also considered calling the local sheriff, but what would I report? A weird guy walking on a public road who talked to his hand. They'd laugh me off the line. I made it to Nashville by early evening and spent a restless night at a truck stop, jumping at every sound outside my sleeper. The next morning, curiosity got the better of me, and I checked local news sites for the area, half expecting to see reports of an incident. There was nothing. In the 16 years since it happened, I've replayed that encounter in my mind hundreds of times. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just a guy with severe mental health issues who'd wandered away from somewhere. Maybe he was on some drug I wasn't familiar with. Maybe there was a perfectly logical explanation for everything I saw, but my gut tells me differently. In all my years of driving, meeting thousands of strangers in all kinds of situations, I've never felt that specific type of wrongness before or since. Sometimes I still catch myself looking for him in my mirrors when I drive through rural areas at dusk. What still gives me chills is thinking about what might have happened if I'd offered him a ride, or if my tarp had come loose a few miles further down that empty road where there were no pull-offs. Would he have just walked past, or would he have stopped and stood there, holding his handphone to his ear, staring with those empty eyes, repeating those words, "I got a long walk"? I don't know what he was or what he wanted, but sometimes when I'm driving those back roads and see a lone figure walking along the shoulder, I make damn sure my doors are locked before I get any closer. Story 6. I still get goosebumps when I talk about this. It happened 20 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I was 9, maybe 10 years old. We lived in this old house, the kind with those uneven wooden floors that announce everyone's movements. 3 flights of stairs connected the floors, and they were the worst. Every single step creaked and groaned, no matter how carefully you walked on them. My bedroom was on the top floor, this small space with a slanted ceiling because of the roof. That night, I was lying in bed, facing the wall like I usually did. I had this habit of pulling the covers up, so only my face was exposed. I guess I thought monsters couldn't get me if I was covered up. Kids, right? I wasn't asleep yet, just lying there in that weird space between being awake and drifting off. The house was quiet, except for those normal old house sounds. The occasional settling creak or the heating system clicking on. My bedroom door was open, and there was some light coming from the hallway. That's when it happened. I noticed movement from the corner of my eye. At first I thought it was just my imagination or maybe shadows from a car driving by outside. But then I saw it clearly. A human-shaped shadow walked into my room. Not ran, not glided, walked like a normal person would walk. It had this subtle bobbing motion with each step, the way real people move when they walk. This wasn't some vague dark spot or something I glimpsed for a split second. I could make out the silhouette perfectly against the dim light from the hallway. I could even see the outline of an ear on its head. It was so clearly the shape of a person, but completely black. Not like someone wearing dark clothes, but like a 3-dimensional shadow. The shadow figure stopped right beside my bed. Right beside my bed. It stood there looking down at me. At least that's what it felt like. It wasn't completely still either. There was this subtle shifting, like someone who's standing in place but adjusting their weight from one foot to another. I remember being frozen in absolute terror. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just laid there, my heart pounding so hard, I thought it might explode out of my chest. My mouth went completely dry, and I had this weird pressure in my ears, like when you dive too deep in a pool. It stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only 15 or 20 seconds, just standing over me, watching. Then, without any sound or warning, it turned and walked out of my room the same way it had entered, that same natural walking motion. I stayed completely still for at least 5 minutes after it left. I was afraid to move, afraid it would come back if I did. My body was shaking so badly that the bed was probably vibrating. Finally, I managed to build up enough courage to get out of bed. I practically flew down all 3 flights of stairs to find my dad. I knew exactly where he'd be. In his recliner in the living room, and sure enough, there he was, finishing off a bag of chips while watching TV. I remember the crinkling sound of the chip bag as he reached for the last few at the bottom. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking. Someone was in my room. He didn't even look away from the TV. "Nobody's in the house, kiddo. You just had a bad dream." "No, Dad, I saw someone. They stood right next to my bed and watched me." He finally looked at me, clearly annoyed at having his TV time interrupted. "Look, I've been down here the whole time. Your mom's asleep. No one's in the house. Now go back to bed." I tried to explain about the shadow person, how I saw it walk, how detailed it was, but he just brushed me off. It was just a nightmare, or maybe shadows from the tree outside your window. Now go on, back to bed. I knew better than to argue with him when he used that tone. So I reluctantly went back upstairs, terrified with every step. I spent the rest of the night with my bedside lamp on, blanket pulled over my head, until sunlight finally came through my window. The next morning, I tried telling my mum, but she had the same reaction as my dad. It was just a dream, honey, or maybe shadows from the branches outside. But I knew what I saw wasn't a dream. I was wide awake, and our house had these old, thick curtains that blocked out most of the light from outside. There's no way it could have been shadows from trees or passing cars. What bothers me the most, what has bothered me for 20 years, is that I know it couldn't have been anyone in our family. Those stairs were like an alarm system. You couldn't take a single step without them announcing your presence. If my dad or mom had come upstairs, I would have heard every creaky step. But there was nothing. Complete silence as this shadow figure entered and left my room. For a while after that night, I was terrified of being alone in my room. I started sleeping with the light on. I'd barricade my door with toys. I even tried to convince my parents to let me sleep on the floor in their room, but they wouldn't have it. They thought I was just going through a phase, having nightmares or an overactive imagination. I eventually stopped talking about it because no one believed me, but I never forgot it. I'd catch myself staring at my doorway before falling asleep, waiting, watching. I'd wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat, certain I'd seen something move in the darkness. As I got older, I tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was a waking dream or sleep paralysis. But I wasn't paralyzed. I was just too scared to move. And I wasn't dreaming. I was fully awake. I've read about shadow people and hypnagogic hallucinations, trying to find some explanation that makes sense. Nothing does. What makes it even more unsettling is that it felt deliberate. This wasn't some random shadow passing by. It came into my room, stood over me specifically, and then left, like it was checking on me or studying me. There was purpose in its movements. I'm 30 now, and I still sleep with a small light on. My partner thinks it's just a quirk, and I've never told them the real reason why. How do you explain to someone that 20 years ago, a shadow shaped like a person visited you in your bedroom, and you've been afraid of the dark ever since? Sometimes I wonder if anyone else has experienced something similar. Was it something supernatural, a ghost, some kind of entity? Or is there some perfectly logical explanation that I've been missing all these years? I've moved several times since then, lived in different apartments and houses, but no matter where I go, I find myself occasionally looking over my shoulder when I'm alone at night, half expecting to see that human-shaped shadow again. The most terrifying part is the thought that maybe, just maybe, it's been watching me all these years, and I just haven't noticed. There's one detail I've never told anyone until now. While it was standing there, I had the distinct feeling it was smiling, not in a friendly way. I couldn't see a face, of course. It was just a shadow. But something about the way it held itself gave me the impression it was pleased. Pleased to be there, pleased to be watching me, pleased to be scaring me. The memory of that night has faded around the edges as memories do, but the shadow figure remains crystal clear in my mind. The defined outline, the ear, the natural way it moved, the subtle shifts as it stood beside my bed. Sometimes I'll see someone walking in the distance, and their silhouette will trigger that memory, sending a chill down my spine. I've had people suggest it might have been an intruder, an actual person who broke into our house. But that doesn't explain the silence. No footsteps on those impossibly loud stairs. No sounds of someone moving through our creaky old house. And why would an intruder just stand there and then leave without taking anything or harming anyone? Others have suggested it was my dad playing a prank, but that doesn't make sense either. My dad wasn't the pranking type, especially not in a way that would terrify his child, and when I went downstairs, he was clearly settled in his chair with his snacks and TV show, not someone who had just raced down 3 flights of stairs to beat me there. It's been 20 years, and I still don't have an explanation. I probably never will. but I know what I saw. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't shadows from trees or cars or anything else outside my window. Something came into my room that night. Something shaped like a person, but not a person. Something that wanted me to know it was there. And sometimes, on nights when I can't sleep and the house is too quiet, I wonder if it's still out there, still watching, still waiting to pay me another visit. Story 7. I've never really talked about this before online, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been years, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. This happened when I was in middle school. Around 7th grade, I think. Middle school was tough for me. I wasn't exactly popular. More of the quiet kid who preferred books and theater over sports and video games. That's probably why I gravitated toward Charlie. He was an outsider too, but in a different way. While I was just invisible to the popular crowd, Charlie seemed to actively repel people. There was something off about him that I couldn't quite place. But we both liked reading the same books and were in theater club together, so we started hanging out. Looking back, there were warning signs from the beginning. Charlie would sometimes go quiet mid-conversation and stare into space. He'd make these strange comments about death that I brushed off as him trying to be edgy or deep. You know how middle schoolers are, always trying to seem more mature than they actually are. I just figured he was going through a goth phase or something. The first really weird thing happened when Charlie came over to my house one afternoon in October. My sister had thrown a Halloween party in our basement the weekend before, and she'd replaced all the regular bulbs with black lights because they looked cool with her decorations. My parents hadn't bothered changing them back yet, so the basement had this weird purplish glow that made everything look kind of creepy. We were just hanging out, talking about normal stuff, homework, this teacher we both couldn't stand, a book we were both reading. Then out of nowhere, Charlie's whole demeanor changed. His posture straightened, his voice dropped lower, and he started saying these really disturbing things. "I have something inside me," he said, completely serious. "Something dark. It's been with me since I was little." I laughed nervously. "What, like you're possessed or something?" He didn't laugh back. He just stared at me with this intense look. "You don't believe me. I mean, come on, Charlie. That's kind of out there." "I can prove it to you," he said, and the way he said it made my skin crawl. "See those lights?" He pointed to the row of recessed ceiling lights in the basement. There were 6 of them in 2 rows of 3. The center light in the first row is going to go out. Right now. I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, okay, whatever." "Just watch," he said, and then he just sat there, staring at the light. I started to say something sarcastic, but then, pop! The light he'd pointed to suddenly burst with a loud crack. I literally jumped out of my seat. It wasn't just that the light went out, it actually popped, like something had made it explode. When I looked back at Charlie, his eyes, God, his eyes. They were naturally dark brown, almost black, but in that moment, under the black lights, they looked completely black. No whites, no iris, just these 2 black holes in his face, and he had this smile that wasn't really a smile. It was more like his face was stretching in a way that faces shouldn't stretch. "Do you believe me now?" he asked, but his voice sounded different, deeper, older somehow. I played it off like I wasn't freaked out, but inside I was terrified. I made up some excuse about needing to help my mom with dinner, and we went upstairs. Once we were in normal lighting, Charlie seemed to go back to his usual self, and I tried to convince myself I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe the light was just old and happened to burn out at that moment. Maybe the black lights just made his eyes look weird. I came up with all kinds of explanations because I didn't want to believe what I'd seen. A couple weeks later was my birthday. My mom let me have a small get-together, and I invited Charlie along with 2 of my other friends, Lena and Chloe. Despite what had happened in the basement, Charlie was still my friend, and I figured having other people around would make things less weird. We were bored sitting at my house, so we decided to walk downtown to get ice cream. There was this small wooded area between my neighborhood and the main street that served as a shortcut. It wasn't really a forest, more like a wide strip of trees alongside a creek, but it felt isolated once you were in there. As we walked, Charlie started getting weird again. He began talking about graves and death, saying how the ground we were walking on probably had bodies buried underneath it at some point. "Imagine all the people who have died here over the centuries," he said. "Their spirits are probably still around us right now." Lena and Chloe exchanged looks. They already thought Charlie was strange, and this wasn't helping. "Can we talk about something else?" Chloe asked. "This is creepy." But Charlie kept going, his voice getting more intense with each step. "Death is always waiting. It's patient. It's watching all of us right now." I tried to laugh it off. "Dude, it's my birthday. Can we not be morbid for one day?" That's when things went from uncomfortable to terrifying. Charlie stopped walking. We all turned to look at him, and his face had that same stretched look from the basement. He started talking in this voice that didn't sound like him at all. Deeper, rougher, almost like a growl. "You don't understand what you're dealing with," he said. "I am the Prince of Death. I decide who lives and who dies." I thought he was joking at first, doing some weird improv thing. Charlie was in theater after all. But then his eyes rolled back slightly, and he started making these guttural sounds that didn't even sound human. Before any of us could react, Charlie lunged forward, straight at Lena. His hands went directly to her throat, and he started choking her with what looked like all his strength. It wasn't like play fighting or pretending. His knuckles were white from how hard he was gripping. Lena's eyes bulged in shock and fear. She started making these horrible gasping noises, clawing at his hands. Chloe screamed and tried to pull him off, but Charlie was surprisingly strong. I stood there frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably only a second or two. Finally, Lena managed to hit Charlie hard in the side of his head, and he let go. She fell to the ground, coughing and gasping for air. That broke my paralysis. "Run!" I shouted, and we all did, all except Charlie. As we took off, I glanced back and saw him standing there watching us with that same terrible smile. We sprinted through the woods, branches scratching our arms, not caring about anything except getting away from Charlie. In my panic, I had the stupid idea that we should split up. "He can't follow all of us," I yelled, so we did. I ran straight home, my lungs burning, convinced Charlie was right behind me the whole time. I burst through my front door, ran to my room, and locked myself in. My parents asked what was wrong, but I couldn't even explain. I just said I wasn't feeling well. About an hour later, there was a knock at our door. 2 police officers were standing there, asking if they could speak with me. My stomach dropped. They wanted to know about Charlie. Apparently, he'd been found at a neighbor's house a few blocks away. He had no shirt on, was missing one shoe, and looked like he'd been in a fight, scratched up and dirty. He wasn't making any sense when they tried to talk to him. When they asked what had happened, I told them everything. The choking, the weird voice, all of it. That's when they gave me a strange look. "That's interesting," one of the officers said, "because the other girls told us a different story." My heart sank. What did he mean? How could Lena and Chloe have a different version of what happened when we all saw the same thing? The officer explained that according to Lena and Chloe, we had all been playing a game in the woods, and Charlie had gotten too rough, but there was no choking or threats. They said we'd all run off as part of the game, and Charlie must have gotten lost. I was stunned. Why would they lie? Were they scared? Did their parents make them change their story, or was I the one remembering it wrong? The police then told me something that made everything even more confusing. Charlie had been in and out of psychiatric wards since he was 9 years old. He had severe mental health issues and had just had his medication adjusted the week before. That's why he had been acting strangely. I didn't see Charlie at school for a full year afterward. When he eventually came back, he acted like nothing had happened. He tried to talk to me once, but I avoided him. We never hung out again. I've tried to make sense of it all over the years. The mental health explanation makes sense for his behavior in the woods, but nothing explains how he made that light pop exactly when he said it would. There's no medication side effect that gives you the ability to predict when a light bulb will burst. Sometimes I still dream about his eyes in my basement that day. Those completely black eyes staring at me from across the room. And I wonder if what he said was true, if there really was something dark inside him, something that's still out there. Story 8. I've been sitting with this for years now, trying to make sense of what happened in our house when I was a kid. It's been on my mind so much lately that I need to get it out, even if I sound crazy. I was between 8 and 9 when the first incident happened, and I still remember it with absolute clarity. It was a regular weeknight. Mom was cooking dinner, and I was sitting on my bed reading a book. Our house wasn't anything special, just a small 3-bedroom with thin walls where you could hear pretty much everything. My sister and I shared a bedroom at the time because the third room had been converted into our toy room. I remember hearing the toilet flush in the bathroom across the hall. Our bathroom had this really distinct sound. The pipes would make this gurgling noise that was unmistakable. The light switch in there was also super loud and clicky, so I heard the flush, then the click of the light switch, and I looked up from my book just in time to see my sister walking into our bedroom. I remember she was wearing her favorite blue t-shirt with a unicorn on it. Her hair was in a ponytail. She didn't say anything to me, which wasn't unusual. We were often in our own worlds. She walked to her side of the room, and I went back to reading. Maybe 5 minutes passed, and I wanted to show her something in my book. "Hey, look at this," I called out. No response. "Hello? Are you ignoring me?" Still nothing. Annoyed, I put my book down and looked over. She wasn't there. I checked under the bed, thinking she was playing a joke. Nothing. I checked the closet. Empty. "Mom!" I called out, walking to the kitchen. "Where did she go? She was just in our room." My mom looked confused. "What do you mean? Your sister's been at Grandma's house since after school. She won't be home for another half hour." I felt this cold sensation wash over me, but I just saw her. She came out of the bathroom and walked into our room. My mom frowned. "That's not possible, honey. She's been gone for at least an hour. Maybe you were daydreaming." I wasn't daydreaming. I know what I saw and heard, but I didn't push it because even then I knew how crazy it sounded. About a month later, my sister had her own experience. She was playing alone in the toy room with her Barbie dolls. This room had a big mirror on the wall, one of those cheap ones with the thin gold plastic frame. She later told me she saw me in the mirror's reflection. According to her, she saw me walk into the room, go to the dresser where we kept photo albums and some toys, and take something from the top drawer. She said, I told her, "I'll play with you in a bit. I just need to do something first." Then I walked back out. She said my voice sounded normal and I was wearing my usual clothes. Nothing out of the ordinary. About 20 minutes later, she came looking for me, annoyed that I hadn't come back to play as promised. She found me in our parents' bedroom, asleep next to Mom. She started getting upset, saying I had promised to play with her. Mom was confused and told her I had been asleep beside her for hours because I had a fever that day. I hadn't left the bed at all. My sister threw a complete fit. She was absolutely convinced I had been in the toy room and had promised to play with her. Mom thought she was making it up for attention, but I remembered what had happened to me. I believed her, but I was too scared to say anything. That night, after the argument, Mom noticed something odd. She went to get a family photo from the dresser drawer in the toy room, the same drawer I had apparently taken something from, and discovered that a specific photograph was missing. It was a picture of just me and my sister sitting on our porch steps. We looked everywhere for it, but it never turned up. These two incidents were weird enough, but we mostly tried to forget about them. Kids have active imaginations, right? That's what we told ourselves. But then something happened that my mum couldn't explain away. I was 11 by then, and my sister was 9. It was a Saturday afternoon, and we were in the living room watching cartoons. Mum was in her bathroom taking a shower. Our house was laid out so that the master bathroom connected to the master bedroom, and there was a little hallway between them. My sister and I used to play this annoying prank where we'd drag a chair from the kitchen to that hallway, stand on the armrest, and peek over the top of the bathroom door, which didn't reach all the way to the ceiling, to scare Mom while she was showering. We thought it was hilarious. She didn't. So we're sitting there watching TV when suddenly we hear Mom yell from the bathroom, "Girls, stop it right now! Get off that chair!" My sister and I looked at each other confused. We hadn't moved from the couch for the past hour. "We're not doing anything!" I yelled back. There was a pause. Then Mom called out again, sounding irritated. "I can see your heads peeking over the door. This isn't funny. Get down before you fall." My sister and I were frozen. We hadn't moved an inch. We were sitting right there, watching cartoons, nowhere near the bathroom. "Mom, we're in the living room!" my sister shouted, her voice shaky. There was silence for a moment. Then we heard the shower curtain yanked open and Mom's wet footsteps slapping against the tile floor. She appeared in the living room doorway a minute later with a towel wrapped around her, dripping water everywhere, her face pale. "You two haven't moved from there?" she asked, her voice tight. We shook our heads. Then who the hell was looking over my bathroom door? She wasn't asking us. She was asking herself. I saw both your heads, peeking over, then ducking down, then peeking again, multiple times, clear as day. The three of us sat in silence for a long time. Mom eventually went back to finish her shower, but she left the bathroom door wide open and kept calling out to make sure we were still in the living room every few minutes. After that, things changed in our house. Mom started being more vigilant. She'd constantly check where we were, asking us to call out to confirm our locations. Sometimes I'd catch her staring at us with this worried expression, like she wasn't entirely sure we were really her kids. Strange things continued to happen, but in smaller ways. Items would disappear and reappear in different places. Sometimes we'd hear footsteps in the hallway when everyone was accounted for. My sister swore she heard me calling her name from our bedroom when I was outside in the yard. I'd sometimes catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, like someone walking past a doorway, but when I'd look, no one would be there. The worst part was that we never talked about it openly. Not then. It was like we were all afraid that acknowledging it would somehow make it worse. Or maybe we were afraid people would think we were crazy, so we lived with this unspoken tension, this constant uncertainty about what was real and what wasn't. It wasn't until we were adults, gathered for Thanksgiving at Mom's new house — she'd moved out of our childhood home when I went to college — that we finally discussed it. We'd had a few glasses of wine, and somehow the conversation drifted to weird childhood memories. "Remember that time you both kept looking over the bathroom door while I was showering?" Mom asked, trying to make it sound like a funny memory. My sister and I exchanged glances. "We weren't there, Mom," I said quietly. "We've always told you that." And then, like a dam breaking, we all started sharing our experiences. The bathroom incident, the toy room, the missing photograph, and dozens of smaller moments we'd never mentioned to each other. Mom eventually confessed something she'd never told us before. Before I was born, she had miscarried a baby girl. She was about 4 months along when it happened. She said she'd always wondered if maybe that was who we had encountered. The spirit of her lost daughter, who would have been right between me and my sister in age. My sister had a different theory. She thought it was some kind of mimic spirit that could take on our appearances and voices. She'd gone down internet rabbit holes, researching doppelgangers and shapeshifters after college. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that for several years, something lived in our house that could look like us, sound like us, and act like us. Something that could fool even our own mother into thinking it was us. The most disturbing part, we never knew when we were interacting with each other or with whatever it was. How many conversations did I have with my sister that weren't really with her? How many times did she think she was talking to me when it wasn't me at all? It's been over 20 years since we moved out of that house. I've never experienced anything like it since. Neither has my sister or Mom. But sometimes, when I catch a glimpse of movement in a mirror or hear a familiar voice call my name when I'm alone, I freeze. Just for a second. Because part of me wonders if it found us again. If it's still playing its games, pretending to be the people we love. And I wonder what it wanted from us. Why us? Why pretend to be us? And what did it do with that photograph it took? The one that showed just me and my sister sitting together on the porch steps. The thought that keeps me up at night is that maybe it needed that photo to perfect its disguise, to become us more completely than it already had. Story 9. I'm still shaking as I type this. I need to get it out while it's fresh in my mind. I've seen some crazy shit in my life, been through hell and back with addiction. But what happened today in my grandma's garage has me questioning everything. It started this afternoon around 4 o'clock. The Texas heat was finally letting up a bit, and I figured I'd do some yard work for my grandma. I've been staying with her since I got out of jail 3 months ago, trying to get my life back on track after 5 years of cocaine, and meth destroyed pretty much everything I had. The assault charge at the nightclub was my rock bottom. I'm still on probation, trying to stay clean and honestly just trying to be a decent human again. So I headed out to the garage to grab some work gloves. This garage isn't attached to the house. It's this old separate building about 30 yards from the main house. It's been here since before my grandma bought the place in the 80s. The whole structure feels off. Always has. Growing up, we used to hear stories about someone dying in there, either a murder or suicide, depending on who was telling the story. Grandma always brushed it off as neighborhood gossip, but she never liked going in there either. A few years back, we found our family cat dead in there. Something had fallen and crushed him, though we could never figure out what exactly had fallen. Nothing seemed out of place. Anyway, I unlocked the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The garage smells like all old garages do. Musty, with hints of motor oil, dust, and something else I can't quite place. The light was dim, just what filtered in through the dirty windows and the open door behind me. I started rummaging through a plastic crate where Grandma keeps the gardening stuff. That's when it happened. Slam! The sound was deafening in the quiet afternoon. I literally jumped and hit my head on a shelf above me. The garage door had slammed shut with such force that some dust and old cobwebs floated down from the rafters. My first thought was wind, but then I remembered there wasn't any. It was one of those still, heavy Texas evenings where even the air feels like it's just sitting there watching you sweat. There was no breeze. Nothing that could have pushed that heavy door shut. I walked over to open it again, but when I turned the handle, it wouldn't budge. Locked. I distinctly remember leaving it unlocked when I came in. Why would I lock myself in? I felt the first real spike of panic then. I pulled out my phone to call Grandma in the main house. No service. The call wouldn't go through. I tried 3 times, watching that call failed message pop up each time. My hands were getting sweaty. I moved to one of the windows, thinking maybe I could climb out, but they're old, painted shut from decades of repainting. That's when I felt it for the first time, the sensation of being watched, not just observed, but studied, like when you're being sized up by someone with bad intentions. I turned around slowly, scanning the garage, tools hanging on the wall, old cardboard boxes, a workbench covered in junk, a stack of plastic lawn chairs in the corner. Nothing moved, nothing changed, but the feeling remained. "Hello," I called out, immediately feeling stupid. What was I expecting, an answer? I tried the door again, rattling the handle hard this time, still locked. I was starting to freak out a little, breathing faster, that familiar tightness in my chest that I used to fix with a line of coke. But I'm clean now. Have been for 3 months, so I had to deal with this panic straight. I decided to look for another key, or something to jimmy the lock with. While searching through drawers in the workbench, I heard a scratching sound from above, like nails or claws on wood. I froze, looking up at the ceiling. Nothing. Then it came again, a slow, deliberate scratch, scratch, scratch. Probably just a raccoon or squirrel in the attic, I said out loud, trying to convince myself. I found a screwdriver and went back to the door, trying to force the lock. That's when the light from the window seemed to dim, as if something had moved in front of it. I turned around quickly, but again saw nothing. Yet the garage definitely seemed darker. The scratching sound started again, but from a different corner now. I couldn't pinpoint the source. It was moving. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only 15 minutes, I managed to force the lock. The door swung open, and I practically fell outside, gulping in the fresh air. I slammed it shut behind me and locked it from the outside this time. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm down, telling myself I had overreacted. But when I looked up at the garage window, I swear I saw something move behind the dirty glass. A shadow, darker than the darkness inside. Despite being thoroughly freaked out, I still had promised Grandma I'd do the yard work. So I grabbed the gloves that I'd managed to find before all this happened and started raking leaves in the yard. The whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from that garage window. Every few minutes I'd look up, half expecting to see a face pressed against the glass. But there was never anything visible. Just that same sense of being observed by something malevolent. This isn't the first weird thing that's happened since I've been staying here. 3 days ago, I had a bizarre encounter with a snake. Cottonmouth, I think. I was heading out of my flat. I stay in a converted room with its own entrance. When I froze, there on the steps just beside my door was this poisonous snake, just sitting there. Not moving, just watching me. We made eye contact, and I swear it was studying me. After what felt like forever, it slithered away, but that wasn't the end of it. About an hour later, I was walking back, and something, I don't know what, just pure instinct, made me stop mid-step. I looked to my left, and there it was again, the same damn snake, at waist height because of the slope of the yard, barely a foot away from me. Again, we just stared at each other before it disappeared into the grass. There's something else too. Last week, I was taking a walk through the neighborhood and ended up at this small cemetery a few blocks away. I don't know why I went in. I usually avoid those places, but I found myself sitting next to this statue of Jesus, and I just started crying. No reason. Wasn't thinking about anything sad. The tears just came, and I couldn't stop them. It was like something was being pulled out of me. I know what you're thinking. Former meth addict having paranormal experiences? Classic. But I'm clean now. This isn't withdrawal or hallucinations. I know what those feel like. This is different. After finishing the yard work, I went back inside the house. Didn't mention anything to Grandma. She worries enough about me as it is. But sitting here in my room tonight, I can't stop thinking about that garage. About what might be in there. Part of me wants to go back, set up a chair, bring my Grandma's Bible, and just wait. See if I can make contact with whatever's in there. Prove to myself that I'm not crazy. That there is something beyond what we can see, the spirit world, afterlife, whatever you want to call it, but another part of me is scared shitless. What if I open a door that can't be closed? With my history, am I more vulnerable to something negative? That dark energy I felt today, it wasn't neutral. It felt angry, trapped, hungry. I remember once, during a particularly bad bender, I had this overwhelming sensation that something was following me. Not a person, something else, like it was feeding on my self-destruction. My sponsor in NA says that addiction creates a spiritual void that can attract negative energies. At the time, I thought that was recovery program bullshit. Now I'm not so sure. The garage is dark now. I can see it from my window. No lights on inside, but somehow it seems to stand out against the night, like it's outlined in something my eyes can't quite process. I keep thinking about that cat we found in there. His body was crushed, but nothing had fallen. Nothing was out of place. What if something had held him down? What if whatever's in that garage didn't want him in there? What if it doesn't want me in there either? Or worse, what if it does? My phone just buzzed. I checked it, and there's a notification for a missed call from 3 hours ago, when I was in the garage. The call that didn't go through actually did. Grandma says she answered, heard some breathing and what sounded like scratching, then the call dropped. I wasn't holding the phone to my ear when this happened. It was in my hand at my side after the call failed. Something used my phone. I don't know what to do now. I'm sitting here, Bible in one hand, phone in the other, typing this out with my thumbs because I need to tell someone. The yard is dark, but the moon is casting enough light that I can see the outline of the garage, and I swear the door is open now. Just a crack, but I locked it. I know I locked it. Something wants me to come back, and God help me. I think I'm going to. Story 10. No, I've never told anyone this story except my immediate family, and they still don't fully believe me. I'm only sharing this now because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. When I was 11, my family moved from our old house, this creepy greenhouse in Vail, Oregon, to a cute little white house right behind the Dairy Queen. I was so relieved about the move because the greenhouse had always given me the worst vibes. I'd see shadows moving when nobody was there and hear voices whispering when I was alone. My parents never believed me. They just said I had an overactive imagination or that I was having migraines again. The White House seemed perfect at first. It was small but cozy, and best of all, no basement. Basements always freaked me out. For the first week, everything was normal. No weird noises, no shadows, no feeling of being watched. I thought maybe whatever gift or curse I had was finally gone. It was a Saturday in early June, about 2 weeks after we'd moved in. The weather was perfect. Not too hot, just warm enough for shorts and a t-shirt. My brother and sister wanted to play tag in the backyard, which wasn't really a yard so much as this big open field that stretched out behind our house. The Dairy Queen was on the main road in front, and behind us was just empty land that eventually hit forest. We'd been playing for maybe 20 minutes when I heard it. A man's voice saying something I couldn't quite make out. It wasn't my dad's voice, and it wasn't coming from inside our house. I stopped running and turned toward where I thought the voice was coming from. That's when I saw them. Standing right at the edge of our property where our yard met the tall grass were about 8 or 9 people, except they weren't exactly people. I could see right through them. Some were dressed like Native Americans with long hair and leather clothes. Others looked like old-timey settlers with big beards and suspenders. I froze. I'd seen weird things before, shadows and such, but never anything this clear. They were just standing there, talking amongst themselves, not paying any attention to me or my siblings who were still running around, completely oblivious. Then one of them, a Native American man with a stern face, turned and looked directly at me. Our eyes locked, and I felt this ice-cold sensation wash over me. He nudged the guy next to him, a settler with a huge beard, and pointed at me. Soon all of them were staring right at me. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream for my mom or dad, but I couldn't move. I tried closing my eyes, thinking maybe they'd disappear like a bad dream, but when I opened them again, they were closer. The group had moved several feet toward me, still watching. One of the settlers, a tall, scrawny man with a patchy beard and dirty clothes, started walking faster than the others. His face twisted into this horrible expression of anger as he got closer. He was shouting something, but it sounded far away, like he was yelling from the bottom of a well. As he got closer, his words became clearer. "She can see us. Look at her. She sees us. Witch! She's a witch!" I started crying right there in the middle of the yard. My brother ran up to me and asked what was wrong, but he was looking right through the man who was now standing just feet away from us, still screaming about witches. "What's wrong with you? Did you get hurt?" My brother looked concerned, but also annoyed that I'd interrupted the game. I couldn't answer him. I was watching as the rest of the ghosts, because that's what they had to be, joined the angry settler. They formed a half-circle around me, some looking curious, others angry, one old native woman looking almost sad. My mom called from the back door, "Time for lunch, kids." My brother and sister ran inside, but I couldn't move. The angry settler was now so close I could have reached out and touched him, if my hand wouldn't have gone right through him. "Mom!" I finally managed to call out, my voice shaking. "M-O-M!" exclamation mark. She came outside looking worried. "What is it? Another migraine?" I pointed at the ghosts, but from her expression, I knew she couldn't see them. "There are people right there," I whispered. Mom sighed and walked over to me, passing right through two of the ghosts as she came. I watched her body momentarily disturb their transparent forms, like smoke swirling when you walk through it. The ghosts didn't seem to notice her either. "Honey, there's nobody there. Come inside and lie down. I think you need to rest." She took my hand and led me toward the house. I looked back over my shoulder, and to my absolute horror, the ghosts were following us. All of them, even the angry settler, who was still ranting about witchcraft. Mom made me take some children's Tylenol and lie down in my room with the curtains closed. She thought I was having a migraine, but I wasn't. I lay there in the dark, terrified, because the ghosts had followed me inside. They were standing around my bed, looking down at me. Some looked confused, some curious. The angry settler stood at the foot of my bed, glaring. I pulled the covers over my head and prayed they would go away. Eventually I fell asleep from exhaustion. When I woke up hours later, they were gone. But that wasn't the end of it, not even close. Over the next few days they would appear randomly, sometimes just one or two, sometimes the whole group. They would follow me around the house, watching me. The angry settler was always the worst. He would get close to my face and scream things I couldn't fully understand. Something about witchcraft and burning and how I shouldn't be able to see them. I tried to ignore them, to pretend I couldn't see them, but it was impossible. How do you ignore someone screaming in your face, even if they're a ghost? I started getting actual migraines from the stress. I barely slept. My grades at school started slipping because I couldn't concentrate with ghosts hanging around my desk. The breaking point came on my birthday, about 3 weeks after the ghosts first appeared. Mom had made my favorite cake, chocolate with vanilla frosting, and invited a few friends over. We were in the middle of opening presents when the Native American woman, the older one who had looked sad that first day, appeared in our living room. She was standing behind my mom, watching me with those sad eyes. Unlike the others, she didn't try to scare me or get in my face. She just watched quietly from a distance. I must have been staring, because Mom turned around to see what I was looking at. "What is it, sweetie?" she asked, looking right through the ghost woman. "Nothing," I mumbled. "Just thought I saw something." Mom's expression hardened slightly. "Not this again. I thought we were past this imagination stuff. I wanted to scream that it wasn't my imagination, that there was a ghost woman standing right behind her, but I knew it would just ruin my birthday party. So I forced a smile and went back to opening presents, trying to ignore the ghost woman who had now moved closer to me. Later that night, after everyone had gone home, I was alone in my room. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the ghost woman and wondering why she seemed different from the others. As I lay there staring at the ceiling, she appeared again, this time sitting on the edge of my bed. I sat up quickly, pressing myself against the headboard. "Please leave me alone," I whispered, hoping my parents wouldn't hear me talking to myself. To my surprise, she spoke. Her voice was clear, not distant like the angry settlers had been. "Child, I will not harm you," she said softly. I was too shocked to respond. None of the ghosts had ever spoken directly to me like this before. You have the sight, she continued. It is a gift, though I understand it must seem like a curse to you now. Why are they following me? Why are they so angry? I asked, my voice barely audible. Some do not know they have passed on, she explained. Others know but cannot accept it. The angry one, he has been here for over 150 years, and he still refuses to believe he is dead. But why can I see them and nobody else can? She smiled sadly. Some are born with the sight. It runs in bloodlines. Your mother may have had it but closed herself off to it, or perhaps it skipped a generation. Can they hurt me? I asked, thinking of the angry settler and his threats. Most cannot affect the physical world, she said, but some, the very angry ones, or those who have been here a very long time, can manipulate objects if they focus enough energy. They can make things move, create cold spots, make noises. This explained the shadows and voices I'd heard in our old house. I wasn't crazy after all. Will they ever leave me alone? I asked, feeling tears well up in my eyes. The woman reached out as if to touch my face, but her hand passed right through me. It felt like a cold breeze against my skin. I will help you, she said. I will keep the angry ones away. They respect me or fear me. Either way, they will listen. I don't know why, but I believed her. Maybe it was her kind eyes or the gentle way she spoke, but something told me she was telling the truth. Thank you, I whispered. She nodded and then simply faded away, like mist evaporating in the morning sun. True to her word, the angry settler and most of the other ghosts stopped appearing after that night. Occasionally, I'd still wake up to find one or two of them sitting at the foot of my bed, just talking quietly amongst themselves. They never acknowledged me again, and eventually, I got used to their presence. We lived in that house for 3 more years before moving again. In that time, I came to understand my gift better. I learned to sense when spirits were around even before seeing them. I discovered I could choose whether to acknowledge them or not, and most would respect my wishes if I asked to be left alone. The native woman would appear from time to time, usually when a new spirit would find its way to our house. She would speak to them, explain the rules, and then they'd either leave or join the quiet group that occasionally gathered in my room. To this day, my family doesn't believe what happened. They attribute it all to migraines or an overactive imagination, but I know what I saw. I know what I experienced, and sometimes even now, I'll catch a glimpse of someone who isn't really there, standing just at the edge of my vision. I don't fear them anymore, but I never forget that some of them can do more than just watch. Some of them can reach across the divide between their world and ours, and that's what truly terrifies me. Story 11. I never really believed in ghosts or the supernatural until about 6 years ago. I've struggled with talking about this to anyone, because it's not exactly easy to explain without sounding completely insane. But I need to get this off my chest, because it's been eating away at me for years. I was living alone in this old trailer on a pretty secluded piece of land about 20 miles outside town. The property had this dilapidated barn that was probably built in the 40s or 50s. It wasn't much, but the rent was cheap, and I needed something affordable after my divorce. The landlord had warned me that the place needed some work, but I figured it was nothing I couldn't handle. My grandfather had passed away about 8 months before I moved in. We were really close. He basically raised me after my parents split. He was this tough old guy who always wore flannel shirts even in summer and smoked these cheap cigarettes that left this distinct smell wherever he went. Losing him hit me harder than I expected. Sometimes I'd catch myself picking up the phone to call him before remembering he was gone. Anyway, I'd been living in the trailer for about 4 months without any issues. Sure, it was drafty and the plumbing was questionable at best, but it was peaceful. I worked long shifts at the factory, so most days I'd come home exhausted, eat something quick, and crash. This particular night, I remember it was a Tuesday in late October. I went to bed around 11 like usual. The wind was picking up outside, making the trailer creak and groan. I'd gotten used to the sounds by then, so it didn't bother me much. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I woke up suddenly. You know that feeling when you just know something's not right, like your body senses danger before your brain can catch up? That's exactly what happened. My eyes snapped open and I was instantly alert. The digital clock on my nightstand showed 2:17 a.m. The room was mostly dark, except for this faint bluish glow from my phone charger. I lay perfectly still, trying to figure out what had woken me. That's when I felt it, this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. I didn't want to move. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then I noticed this weight on the bed. The mattress was dipping down at the corner like someone was sitting there. I slowly turned my head toward the foot of the bed, and I swear my heart nearly stopped. There, sitting at the corner of my bed, was my grandfather. He was wearing his usual red and black flannel shirt, the one he'd been buried in. His back was partially to me, and he was staring intensely at my closet door. For a split second, this wave of comfort washed over me. My grandpa was here. My mind tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was dreaming. Maybe I'd never actually woken up. But I knew I was awake. The clock was ticking loudly. The wind was still howling outside, and I could feel the cold air on my face. "Grandpa," I whispered, my voice sounding strange and small in the darkness. That's when it turned its head toward me, and any comfort I'd felt disappeared instantly. It wasn't my grandpa. I mean, it was, but it wasn't. The face was all wrong. It's hard to explain, but it looked like someone had taken my grandfather's skin and stretched it over a skull that was the wrong shape. The eyes were the worst part. They were too wide, too white, and they didn't have eyelids. They just stared, unblinking. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It was like my body had completely shut down while my mind was racing in terror. Then it leaned toward me, but not like a person would lean. Its body stayed completely still while its neck extended, bringing that horrible face closer and closer to mine. It moved in this jerky, unnatural way that no human could possibly move. Within seconds, its face was inches from mine, close enough that I could see the pores on its skin, the bloodshot veins in those lidless eyes. The smell hit me then, this horrible mixture of damp earth, like freshly dug soil, and the stale cigarettes my grandfather used to smoke. But underneath was something else, something rotten and wrong that I can't even describe. We stayed like that, face to face, for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. All I could do was stare back into those terrible, unblinking eyes. Then, just as suddenly as it had leaned forward, it pulled back. Not gradually, but in this quick, jerky motion that made a sound like cracking joints. And then it was gone, just gone. No fade out, no mist, nothing. 1 second it was there, and the next it wasn't. The weight on the mattress disappeared. The smell lingered for a few more seconds before that vanished too. I didn't move a muscle until the sun came up. I lay there, sweating despite the cold, afraid that if I moved or closed my eyes, it would come back. When the first rays of morning light finally filtered through my thin curtains, I bolted out of bed and didn't stop moving all day. I cleaned every inch of that trailer, blasted music, did anything I could to avoid thinking about what had happened. That night, I couldn't bring myself to go back into the bedroom. I slept on the couch with all the lights on and the TV running. I did the same thing the next night, and the night after that. For 2 whole weeks, I couldn't set foot in that bedroom after dark. Eventually, I had to go back. My back was killing me from sleeping on that lumpy couch, and I convinced myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. Stress, grief, and exhaustion can do weird things to your mind, right? That's what I kept telling myself. The first few nights back in my bed were tense. I'd jerk awake at the smallest sound, heart racing, convinced it was back. But nothing happened. Gradually, I started to relax. started to believe my own explanations about stress and an overactive imagination. Then, about a month later, I woke up again around 2 a.m. That same feeling of dread washed over me, but this time I didn't see anything. What I felt, though, was the mattress dipping down at the foot of my bed, like someone sitting there. I froze, too terrified to look. I squeezed my eyes shut and started counting in my head, trying to control my breathing. When I got to 300, I risked opening my eyes. The weight was gone, and I was alone again. Since then, it happens randomly. Months will go by with nothing, and I'll start to think maybe it really was all in my head. Then I'll wake up to that feeling of the mattress dipping, or catch a whiff of that earthy cigarette smell. Sometimes I'll feel a cold spot in the room, like someone standing there watching me, but when I turn on the light, there's nothing. I've tried talking to a few people about it. Most think I'm either making it up or that I need therapy. Maybe they're right. Maybe I do need help. But therapy can't explain why, on certain nights, my phone's battery drains completely, even though it was fully charged when I went to bed. Or why sometimes I find small items moved from where I left them. Or why my dog refuses to enter my bedroom, standing at the threshold whining until I come out. I moved out of the trailer about 2 years ago, thinking that would solve the problem. I'm in a small apartment now, in town, surrounded by neighbors, but it still happens. Not as often, but it happens. Last month I woke up to find all the photos I had of my grandfather face down on my dresser. I know I didn't leave them that way. The thing that scares me the most is the feeling that it's building up to something. The visits seem to be getting closer together, the presence stronger each time. Last week, I actually heard it whisper something, though I couldn't make out the words. Just this dry, rasping sound right next to my ear. I don't know what it wants. I don't know if it's really my grandfather or something pretending to be him. All I know is that I'm terrified of going to sleep tonight because I can feel it coming. There's this heaviness in the air, like the atmosphere right before a massive storm. I've tried sage, salt lines, prayers, leaving lights on. Nothing helps. It comes when it wants to, and all I can do is lie there, paralyzed, hoping that this time it will just sit at the edge of the bed and not bring that terrible face close to mine again. I don't know what to do anymore. Part of me wants to believe it's just grief manifesting in a really messed up way, but another part of me knows what I saw, what I felt, was real. And if it's real, how do I make it stop? The worst thing is not knowing when it'll happen again. Every night when I turn off the light, I wonder if this will be the night it returns. And every time I wake up at 2 a.m., my first thought is always, is it here? I just wish I knew what it wanted from me, or if it's even really my grandfather at all. Because if it isn't, then what the hell has been visiting me all these years? Story 12. I never thought I'd be sharing this online, but I don't know where else to turn. Even now, typing this with shaking hands, I can't explain what happened to me 3 years ago in Detroit after my divorce. I was 23, fresh out of a marriage that lasted just 2 years. The divorce wasn't some dramatic explosion like you see on TV. No screaming matches or throwing clothes out windows. It was quiet, almost businesslike, which somehow made it worse, like we were just cancelling a subscription service instead of ending what was supposed to be forever. The thing is, I'd made this promise to myself growing up that I wouldn't be like my parents. Mum's on husband number 4, Dad's collecting wives like trading cards. I swore I'd make it work, that marriage for me would be that one-and-done deal. So when things fell apart with Sarah, it hit me harder than I let on to anyone. I felt like I'd failed at something sacred. The nightmares started about 2 weeks after she moved out. It was always the same one. I'd be in bed, half awake in that dream logic way, when I'd hear my kitchen door open. Not the front door, specifically the kitchen door that led to the backyard. There would be this soft squeak of the hinges, which was accurate. That door really did squeak in real life. And then footsteps, Wet footsteps, like someone had been walking through mud or standing in rain. Then she would appear, this girl in a white dress, long and old-fashioned, like something from another time. The dress was always filthy, caked with mud and dead leaves like she'd been lying on the forest floor. Her dark hair hung in wet strings around her face. And her face, this is where it gets hard to explain. It wasn't that she didn't have one, she did. But somehow I could never quite focus on it, like trying to look at something through frosted glass. The only clear impression was that she looked vaguely like Sarah, my ex, but definitely wasn't her. In the dream, I tried to speak, to ask who she was or what she wanted, but my voice would come out as this pathetic whisper. She never responded to my questions anyway. She'd just stand there, dripping water onto my kitchen floor. Then, without fail, she would walk slowly across the living room toward the attic stairs. This detail always confused me because in real life, my attic access is just a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. But in the dream, there was always this permanent staircase, and they were always already down, waiting. She would stop at the bottom of these stairs, and when I finally managed to ask, "Why are you here?" she would turn and scream. God, that scream! It wasn't human. It was like the sound of metal being torn apart, like something ripping through the fabric of reality itself. The whole house would start shaking, plaster falling from the ceiling, walls cracking from the foundation up. I'd feel the floor giving way beneath me, and that's when I'd wake up, heart pounding so hard I thought it would crack my ribs. This same nightmare happened almost every single night for 3 months straight. I started dreading going to bed. I'd stay up until 3 or 4 in the morning watching mindless YouTube videos, anything to avoid sleep. When exhaustion finally won, the dream would be waiting. I didn't even realize I'd stopped sleeping in my bedroom until a friend pointed it out. He came over to watch the game and saw the blankets and pillows I'd set up on the couch. "Moving out of the master bedroom?" he asked. I didn't have a good answer. I just knew something about my bedroom felt wrong, like it was waiting for something or someone. The thought of sleeping in there made my skin crawl, so I'd been camping out in the living room for weeks without consciously deciding to do so. Then came that night in October. I'd actually fallen asleep without the nightmare for once. Around 2 in the morning, I suddenly woke up. No dream had startled me. I just woke up, completely alert, like someone had called my name. The house was dead quiet. I reached for my phone to check the time. 2:03 a.m. I had a text from Jeff asking if I wanted to catch the Tigers game that weekend. I thumbed back a quick "sounds good" and put the phone down next to me on the couch. That's when I heard it. A soft, deliberate knock at my front door. At first I thought I'd imagined it. Who the hell knocks on someone's door at 2 in the morning? But then it came again, 3 gentle taps, like someone trying not to make too much noise. I got up, heart already starting to race. Through the peephole, I could see someone standing on my porch, head slightly bowed. It looked like a young woman in a white hoodie, dark hair falling forward, partially obscuring her face. I should have ignored it. Everything in my body was screaming that something was wrong. But there was this weird compulsion, like in a dream where you know you shouldn't open the door, but your hand moves anyway. When I cracked the door open, keeping the chain on, she looked up at me. Her face was pale, ordinary, pretty even in an unremarkable way, but her eyes, they didn't seem to focus on me properly. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "My car broke down. Could I please use your phone to call someone?" Her voice had this strange quality, soft, but somehow reaching inside my head directly instead of traveling through my ears. I found myself unlatching the chain before I'd even decided to help her. "Sure," I heard myself say, handing her my cell phone through the gap in the door. She took it with cold fingers, bringing it up to her face. I noticed she didn't actually dial anything. The phone was still on my text conversation with Jeff, but she started speaking anyway. "Hi, it's me. My car broke down near Woodward Avenue. Could you come get me? I'm at..." She looked up at my house number and recited it, along with my street name. "Thanks. I'll wait here." She handed the phone back to me with a small, grateful smile. I glanced down at the screen. No call had been made. When I looked up to question her, the porch was empty. I rushed outside, looking both ways down my street. Somehow, impossibly, she was already halfway down the block, walking away. Not running, just walking, but covering ground faster than should have been possible, like a video on fast forward. Before I could call out, she turned the corner and vanished into the darkness. I checked my call history again. Nothing. No outgoing calls, just my text to Jeff. I locked the door, double-checked all the windows, and sat up the rest of the night with all the lights on, jumping at every little sound. The weird thing is, after that night, the nightmare stopped. Completely. I started sleeping in my bedroom again within a week. Life gradually returned to normal, except for this nagging feeling that something important had happened that I couldn't quite understand. About 2 months later, I came home from work to find my front door busted open. My place had been ransacked, drawers pulled out, furniture overturned. Even the attic access had been pulled down. The ladder extended into my hallway. The police came, took a report, dusted for prints, the whole deal. They never found who did it. Nothing valuable was taken, not my laptop, not the cash I kept in my sock drawer, not even the decent bottle of whiskey on my kitchen counter. It was like someone had been looking for something specific but didn't find it. Sometimes I wonder if that girl was connected to the break-in. Maybe she was scouting my place for someone else. Maybe she was checking if I was home alone. But then I think about how the nightmare stopped, the very night she appeared. How she vanished so quickly down the street. How no call was made on my phone, despite her pretending to speak to someone. And I think about the wet footprints from my dreams, and how when she stood on my porch that night, the concrete beneath her feet was bone dry despite the rain we'd had earlier. I've moved twice since then. I'm in a different state now, with a steady girlfriend who knows nothing about any of this. I haven't had the nightmare again, but sometimes I still wake up at exactly 2:03 in the morning, heart pounding, convinced I've just heard knocking at the door. I don't know what she wanted. I don't know if she was real or something else entirely. All I know is that when she walked through my door that night and disappeared into the darkness, she took the nightmare with her. And I'm still not sure if that was a blessing or just the beginning of something I don't understand. Story 13. I've always been fascinated by ghost stories, but I never thought I'd become part of one. I'm 17, and growing up I'd beg my family to tell me their supernatural experiences. Most kids get fairy tales before bed. I got true ghost encounters. At least, that's what my family swears they are. I'm writing this because something happened today that I can't explain, and I need to get it out. I'm still shaking. My family has this history. We're haunted, I guess you could say. Not our house specifically, but us as people. There's this ghost, this little girl, who's been following my family for decades. She first showed up when my grandparents were in their 20s, and she's been making appearances ever since. My grandparents' first encounter wasn't even with the girl, though. They were staying at this really old bed and breakfast in London during a trip. My grandma told me she would wake up in the middle of the night to this overwhelming smell of soap, like really strong, old-fashioned lye soap. Not like anything they used. One night, my grandma woke up to use the bathroom and saw a woman standing at the foot of their bed. She was wearing this long dress that looked like something from the 1800s. My grandma said she just stood there staring before turning and walking toward the bathroom. My grandma woke my grandpa up immediately, and they both heard the sink in the bathroom turn on by itself. They freaked out, turned on every light in the room, and tried to go back to sleep. The next morning, they asked the person working at the front desk if the place had any, ghost problems. The attendant got this weird look on their face and said that, yes, people had reported seeing a woman in period clothing, but usually on the floor above where my grandparents were staying. That was creepy enough, but things got weirder when they moved back home and had my dad and uncle. That's when the little girl started showing up. She would just be there, standing in hallways, looking through doorways, never doing anything threatening, just watching. My grandma said it always felt like someone was staring at them, even when they were alone. The sensation would get so bad, sometimes they couldn't sleep. What makes it even more unsettling is that my grandparents are super religious. They don't even believe in ghosts. They think what they saw were demons trying to trick people. That's actually scarier to me than ghosts, the idea that something evil would pretend to be a harmless kid. The little girl ghost followed my family. When my dad moved out and got an apartment with his best friend in college, she came with him. His roommate was actually the first one to notice. He kept telling my dad he heard footsteps when no one was there, and that he felt like someone was watching him all the time. My dad brushed it off until one afternoon when he was cleaning the apartment. He was alone. It was the middle of the day, and he saw her, just a glimpse of a small figure peeking around the corner of his bedroom door. He said he completely froze, closed his eyes for a second, and when he looked again, she was gone. But he knew what he'd seen. He was so freaked out that he ended up breaking the lease and moving out. Today, I think I saw her too. I was home alone after school. My parents were both working late, and I was in my room doing homework. Our house isn't that old, built in the 1990s, so it's not like it has a history of being haunted, but that feeling of being watched has always been there, kind of in the background. I've gotten used to it, I guess. I was sitting at my desk, with my back to the door, working on a math assignment, when I got this sudden chill down my spine, the kind where all the hairs on your arms stand up at once. I had my earbuds in, but I swear I could hear breathing behind me, slow, steady breathing that wasn't mine. I sat completely still for what felt like forever. I didn't want to turn around. I just knew someone was standing in my doorway watching me. But I was supposed to be alone in the house. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I yanked my earbuds out and spun around in my chair. There was nothing there. I let out this nervous laugh, telling myself I was being stupid, that I'd been reading too many ghost stories online. But then I noticed something that made my blood freeze. The hallway light was off. I always keep that light on when I'm home alone. It's like this weird habit I have. I'd turned it on when I got home from school, I was positive. I got up and walked to the doorway, peering out into the dark hallway. "Hello," I called out, feeling like an idiot from a horror movie. No response, of course. I reached for the light switch and flipped it on. The hallway was empty. I checked all the rooms, the bathrooms, everywhere. No one was in the house but me. When I got back to my room, my laptop screen had gone black. I assumed it went to sleep, so I moved the mouse to wake it up. Instead of my homework, there was a blank document open. I definitely hadn't opened that. 3 words were typed on it. "I see you." I slammed my laptop shut and backed away from my desk. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed my phone, ready to call my parents, when I heard it. A giggle, a child's giggle, coming from somewhere inside my room. "Who's there?" I demanded, trying to sound brave, but my voice came out all shaky. The temperature in my room dropped so fast I could see my breath. The curtains by my window moved slightly, like someone had brushed against them, but there was no breeze. I couldn't stay in there. I ran downstairs and waited in the living room with all the lights on, watching TV at full volume just to drown out any sounds I might hear. About an hour later, my phone dinged with a text. It was from my dad, saying he was on his way home. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. When he got home, I was still sitting in the exact same spot on the couch. He took one look at my face and asked what was wrong. I told him everything. The feeling of being watched, the hallway light, the message on my laptop, the giggle. I expected him to tell me I was imagining things, or that it was just the house settling. Instead, his face went pale. He sat down next to me and was quiet for a long time. "Did you see her?" he finally asked. "Did you actually see her?" I shook my head. "No, but I felt her. Dad, I know someone was there." He sighed and rubbed his eyes. "I was hoping she wouldn't find you." That's when he told me something he'd never mentioned before. The little girl ghost hadn't just appeared to him once in that apartment. She'd been showing up his entire life, ever since he was a kid. Sometimes just standing there, sometimes whispering things he couldn't quite hear. The time in his apartment wasn't even the worst encounter, just the one he felt comfortable telling me about. "There's another story," he said. "One I've never told anyone except your mom. It happened when I was about your age, and it was so bad I still have nightmares about it." I begged him to tell me, but he refused. He said some things were better left unspoken, that putting it into words might make it happen again. That terrified me even more than if he'd just told me. "If you ever see her, actually see her," he said, "don't look directly at her face, and whatever you do, don't talk to her. Don't answer if she speaks to you." He went upstairs to check my room while I stayed downstairs. When he came back down, he looked relieved, but still on edge. "There's nothing there now," he said. "But I'm calling your mom. We're not staying here tonight." We ended up in a hotel, which is where I am now, typing this. My parents are asleep in the bed next to me, but I can't sleep. I keep thinking about what happened and what my dad said. The thing is, I didn't tell him everything. When I was sitting on the couch, waiting for him to come home, I got another text before his. It was from a number I didn't recognize, just a string of random digits. The message just said, "I've been waiting to meet you." I deleted it immediately, thinking it was just a spam text with creepy timing, but now I'm not so sure. The worst part is, I'm starting to remember things from when I was little. Times when I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see a shadow that looked like a small person standing in the corner of my room. I always thought it was just my imagination, or my eyes playing tricks on me in the dark. Now I think she's been watching me my whole life, waiting for me to notice her. My dad's been tossing and turning all night. A few minutes ago, he sat bolt upright and stared at the hotel room door for a solid minute before lying back down. When I asked him what was wrong, he just said, "Nothing, go to sleep." But I saw his face. He was terrified. "I don't know what's going to happen when we go back home tomorrow. I don't know if she'll be waiting for me. All I know is that this isn't my imagination, and it isn't just some family ghost story anymore. It's my ghost story now, too." I just checked my phone again, and that number that texted me earlier, it just sent another message. "You can't hide from me. Families stay together. I don't know what to do. I can't show my parents because they'll just think I'm making it up for attention. But I know what I saw and what I felt. Something is following my family, has been for generations, and now it's focused on me. I'm turning 17 next week. I wonder if that's significant somehow. If that's why she's chosen now to reveal herself to me. Whatever the reason, I don't think she's going away. And the thought of living with this presence watching me, possibly for the rest of my life like my dad and grandparents have, terrifies me more than anything. Story 14. I never believed in ghosts until we moved to that house. Even now, 7 years later, I'm still not sure what to call what lives there with us. All I know is that it's not natural, and it's getting worse. I was 8 when my parents found the place. A weathered 2-story house from the 1930s, nestled at the base of a small mountain range near Perhaca. It was isolated, with no neighbors for at least a kilometer in any direction. My parents fell in love with the privacy and the price. I hated it immediately. The first time I walked through that front door, something felt wrong. The air felt thick, like walking through invisible cobwebs. I remember tugging on my mom's sleeve, telling her the house didn't like us. She just laughed and blamed it on my imagination running wild. The previous owner was this elderly man who'd lived there for over 50 years. When we moved in, we discovered he'd left almost everything behind: furniture, clothes, personal items. It was like he'd just vanished. What always struck me as weird were the beds. In the master bedroom, there were 2 single beds pushed together instead of a double. The guest room had 3 single beds crammed in, yet when my dad asked about visitors, the old man claimed he hadn't had any in 20 years. My sister and I shared the upstairs bedroom for the first few years. That's when I started noticing things. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to whispers, clear, distinct whispers, coming from my sister's bed. But when I'd look over, she'd be sound asleep, her mouth closed. Sometimes her bed would be empty, and I'd still hear the whispers. There was a constant ticking in the walls that didn't match any clock in the house. My parents insisted it was the house settling or pipes contracting. But pipes don't knock 3 times in succession from inside your closet at exactly 3:13 in the morning. Last year, we did some renovations. That's when things really escalated. Behind the old chimney, we found an antique burner oven that wasn't on any house plans. It was just there, sealed up behind the bricks. But what really disturbed me was what we found under the fireplace. When the workers removed the concrete slab, there were 3 dead rats laid out side by side, perfectly aligned. They weren't decomposed or crushed. They were just placed there, deliberately, before the concrete was poured. One of the workers, an older Maori man, refused to come back after that discovery. He told my dad that the land had a heavy history. Later, I researched and found out that this area was the site of a tribal conflict long before European settlement. The house itself was built to house road construction workers and their families in the 1930s. But what happened to those families, no one seems to know. A few months ago, we had the roof redone. The workers found a live bird trapped in a sealed portion of the attic. There was no hole, no entry point, nothing to explain how it got in there. The bird was healthy, not starved or dehydrated, just waiting. When they released it, it didn't fly away. It just perched on our mailbox until nightfall, then disappeared. The whispers became more frequent after that. I'd hear them everywhere, not just in my bedroom, but in the kitchen, the bathroom, the living room. They never form words I can understand, but they sound urgent, almost pleading. Then I started seeing things. At first it was just movement in my peripheral vision, dark shapes ducking around corners. I could brush those off as tired eyes or imagination. But last month I saw something I can't explain away. I was home alone, studying in the living room. My parents had taken my sister to her ballet recital, and I'd stayed behind to finish a paper. The house was completely silent. Not even the usual creaks and groans. That's when I heard footsteps in the hallway. Clear, deliberate footsteps, like someone wearing heavy boots. I called out, thinking maybe my dad had forgotten something and come back. No answer. The footsteps stopped. I convinced myself I was hearing things and went back to my work. Then they started again, slower this time, like someone carefully approaching. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I looked up and there he was, a man standing in the doorway. Not a shadow or a glimpse, but a full-bodied apparition as clear as day. He was tall, wearing old-fashioned work clothes, his face weathered and stern. He stared at me for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then he turned and walked away, his footsteps fading down the hall. I bolted outside and waited in the garden until my family came home. When I told my parents what I'd seen, they exchanged that look they always do when I talk about the house. Part concern, part disbelief. My mom suggested I was falling asleep while studying and had a vivid dream. My dad checked every room, every closet, found nothing, and concluded I'd seen a shadow from passing headlights. But it wasn't the last time. I've seen him 3 more times since then, always when I'm alone, always with that same stern expression. Sometimes he's accompanied by a woman in a long dress, her hair pulled back tightly. Once there was a child with them, a little boy clutching a wooden toy. The strangest part? I'm not afraid of them. They've never tried to harm me or even approach me. They just appear, observe, and vanish. It's almost like they're as curious about me as I am about them. What does terrify me are the voices that have started coming from the walls at night. They don't sound human, more like recordings played at the wrong speed, distorted and warped. Sometimes they're so loud they wake the whole family, but my parents insist it's just the wind or branches against the windows. But we live in a clearing. There are no trees close enough to touch the house. A few weeks ago, I was helping my dad in the garden, digging a new bed for my mom's roses. My shovel hit something hard about 2 feet down. It was a small metal box, rusted and dented. Inside was a collection of children's teeth, not 1 or 2, but dozens, some still with bits of dried blood on them. My dad took the box and disappeared for an hour. When he came back, he said he'd thrown it away at the dump, but I don't believe him. He's been different since then, quieter, more withdrawn. An elderly neighbor who lives about 2 kilometers away told me once that the original owners of our house are buried somewhere in the garden. When I asked my parents about this, they dismissed it as local gossip. But sometimes when it rains heavily, depressions form in certain parts of the yard, like the ground is sinking into empty spaces below. Last night was the worst yet. I woke up at exactly 3:13. I checked my phone to find a woman standing at the foot of my bed. Not the same woman I'd seen with the man. This one was older, her face deeply lined, wearing what looked like a nightgown. She was soaking wet, water pooling at her feet on my carpet. She didn't speak, just raised her arm and pointed to my window. Outside, standing in our garden under the moonlight, was a group of figures, at least 7 or 8 of them. They were all looking up at my window, at me. Among them was the man I'd first seen, and beside him, the woman and child. The others I didn't recognize. They stood perfectly still, like a bizarre family portrait. I blinked, and the woman at the foot of my bed was gone. The water was gone too. No wet spot. Nothing to prove she'd been there. When I looked back out the window, the garden was empty. This morning, I found muddy footprints in the hallway leading from the back door to my room. My parents say it must have been me sleepwalking, but I know I didn't leave my room. The footprints were small, like a child's. I'm 17 now, stuck here until I finish school. My parents have invested too much in this place to consider moving. And anyway, they don't believe anything is wrong. They attribute everything to old house quirks or my active imagination. My sister seems immune to it all. She sleeps soundly through the whispers and has never mentioned seeing anything unusual. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the problem, if something about me attracts these, whatever they are, or maybe they were always here, and I'm just the only one who can perceive them. Either way, they're getting bolder, appearing more frequently, getting closer. Last week I felt a hand on my shoulder while I was showering. When I spun around, nobody was there, but the shower curtain was swaying as if someone had just moved it. Yesterday, my name was whispered directly into my ear while I was making breakfast. I was completely alone in the kitchen. The activity seems to intensify when we change things in the house. It's like renovations or disturbances to the property wake something up or make it angry. After we repainted my room last summer, my dresser slid across the floor in the middle of the night with no one touching it. I've started researching the history of the area more deeply. There are rumors that before the road workers, the land was briefly used as a quarantine area during a tuberculosis outbreak. Before that, as I mentioned, there was tribal conflict, layers of potential tragedy and pain, all centered on this patch of earth where our house now stands. Tonight I'm alone again. My parents took my sister to a school event and I opted to stay home. As I sit here typing this, I can hear footsteps upstairs moving from room to room. The ticking in the walls is louder than usual, almost frantic. Something feels different tonight. The air is heavier, charged somehow. I'm going to go check it out. Maybe this time I'll get answers. Maybe this time they'll speak to me clearly and tell me what they want. Or maybe I'll find nothing, like always, and continue to question my own sanity. If there's one thing I've learned from living here, it's that some houses are never really empty, even when you're the only living person inside them. Story 15. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last winter. I'm typing this sitting in my apartment with all the lights on, even though it's the middle of the day. I know it sounds crazy, but I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating at me for months now. This happened in December of 2021. My mum has this cabin in northern Canada way out in the woods. It's beautiful but isolated, the kind of place where you can't see your neighbors and cell service is spotty at best. We'd gone up there for a short family trip. Just me, my brother, my mom, and my little niece. It was supposed to be a nice getaway before the holidays. Our dad wasn't with us. He was in Brazil visiting his side of the family and getting some medical treatment for his back problems. We talked to him on the phone the night before when we had signal, and everything was normal. He sounded tired, but okay. The trip had been really nice. We spent a couple days hiking, playing board games, and just catching up. Mom made her famous stew, and we all sat around the fireplace telling stories. My niece is only 7, and she loved exploring the woods during the day, collecting pine cones and watching for deer. Normal family stuff, you know. On our last day, we were packing up to head back to the city. It was getting dark early, around 4:30 in the afternoon, because that's winter in Canada for you. The temperature had dropped to maybe 15 below, and there was this biting wind that cut right through your clothes. My brother and I were loading the last of our bags into my mum's pickup truck. We had the headlights on, pointing at the cabin so we could see what we were doing. My mum was inside with my niece, doing a final check to make sure we hadn't forgotten anything. I was throwing my duffel bag in the truck bed when I noticed my brother had stopped moving. He was just standing there, looking confused, staring at the back of the cabin where the woods started. "What?" he said, but not to me. He was talking to someone else. I remember feeling instantly uneasy. "Who are you talking to?" I asked him. He turned to me with this expression I'll never forget, confusion mixed with something like fear. "Didn't you hear that?" he asked. "Dad just called your name." I felt my stomach drop. "What are you talking about? Dad's in Brazil." "I know," my brother said, looking back toward the woods, "but I swear I just heard him call your name. It was his voice, clear as day. That's when I felt it, this overwhelming sensation of being watched. You know that feeling when the hairs on the back of your neck stand up? It was like that, but 100 times worse. It felt like something was boring holes into my back with its eyes. I couldn't help myself. I slowly turned around to look at where my brother was staring. There was nothing there but darkness. The cabin lights didn't reach that far, and beyond the small circle of illumination was just pitch-black forest. But I swear the darkness felt different. Heavier somehow, like it was alive and watching us. My brother must have felt it too, because he took a step closer to me. "Did you hear it?" he asked again, more urgently this time. I shook my head. I didn't hear anything. "It sounded exactly like Dad," he insisted. "The way he says my name, you know how he pronounces it differently because of his accent? This detail made my blood run cold. Our dad has this very specific way of saying my brother's name. He puts the emphasis on the wrong syllable and has this slight lilt at the end. It's because of his accent. Most people can't replicate it exactly. It's like our family's inside joke. But whatever my brother heard had gotten it perfectly right. "We need to go," I said, grabbing his arm. "Now!" I didn't wait for him to respond. I practically shoved him toward the passenger side of the truck, then ran to the cabin door and stuck my head inside. "Mom, we're all packed. We need to leave right now." My voice sounded strange even to me, tight and high-pitched. Mom must have heard the panic because she didn't ask questions. She just grabbed my niece's hand and her purse and headed out. "Is everything okay?" she asked as they came outside. "Fine, just getting late and the roads will be icy," I lied, not wanting to scare my niece. We all piled into the truck. My mom was driving, my brother in the passenger seat, and me in the back with my niece. As we pulled away, I couldn't help looking out the back window at the cabin and the wall of darkness behind it. For a split second, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the woods, not like an animal or the wind in the trees. It was more like the darkness itself had shifted. I blinked, and it was gone. "Drive fast, Mom," I whispered, quiet enough that my niece couldn't hear. Mom gave me a worried look in the rearview mirror, but pressed harder on the accelerator. The truck's headlights cut through the darkness as we wound down the narrow dirt road that led away from the cabin. No one spoke for several minutes. My niece was playing with her stuffed animal, oblivious to the tension. Finally, when we reached the paved road, my brother turned around to look at me. "What the hell was that?" he asked in a low voice. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "Your dad called?" my mom asked, overhearing us. "That's impossible. I just texted with him an hour ago. He was heading into a doctor's appointment." My brother and I exchanged looks. I heard him. My brother insisted. It was his voice. He called out like he was looking for you. He pointed at me. "Maybe it was just the wind," my mom suggested, but I could tell she didn't believe that either. I pulled out my phone. "No service still." "I'll try calling Dad when we get signal," I said. We drove in silence after that, everyone lost in their own thoughts. My niece eventually fell asleep against my arm. The truck's heater was blasting, but I couldn't get warm. It felt like that cold from outside had somehow gotten under my skin. About 45 minutes later, my phone beeped as we got back into cell range. I immediately tried calling our dad, but it went straight to voicemail. I sent him a text instead. "Hey, just checking in. Everything okay? Call when you can." The response came almost immediately. "All good. Just finished at doctor. Why? Something wrong?" I stared at the message, relief washing over me. He was fine. Whatever had happened back at the cabin, at least Dad was okay. I typed back, "No, everything's fine. Just missed you. Talk later." But everything wasn't fine. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there in those woods, something that knew my name and could perfectly mimic my father's voice, or at least make my brother hear it. When we got back to my mom's house, I pulled my brother aside while Mom got my niece ready for bed. "Tell me exactly what you heard," I demanded. He ran his hand through his hair, looking uncomfortable. It was Dad's voice, I swear, clear as a bell. He called your name the way he always does, you know, with that little rise at the end. Then he said, "Come here." That's why I looked up and said, "What?" I thought he was somehow there. "But Dad's in Brazil," I reminded him. "There's no way that was him." "I know that," he snapped, then immediately apologized. "Sorry, I'm just freaked out. I know what I heard, but I also know it's impossible." That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about that feeling of being watched, the way the darkness had seemed to move. I wondered if I should call my mom and suggest she sell the cabin, but that seemed like an overreaction. Maybe it was just our imaginations running wild, triggered by my brother hearing something in the wind, except I know my brother. He's the most level-headed person I know. He doesn't hear things or get spooked easily. If he said he heard our dad's voice with that specific accent, then something had called my name out there. 2 days later, Dad called us on video chat from Brazil. He looked tired, but healthy. We talked about normal things. His treatment was going well. The weather in Brazil was hot. He missed us. I wanted to bring up what happened at the cabin, but something stopped me. Maybe I was afraid he wouldn't believe us, or worse, that he would. It's been months now, and we haven't been back to the cabin. Mom goes occasionally to check on things, but always during daylight hours and never alone. My brother and I have talked about it a few times, trying to rationalize what happened, Maybe it was another hiker playing a trick, but how would they know to imitate our dad's accent? And why would they be out there in that freezing weather, so far from any trail? Sometimes I think about what might have happened if we'd investigated, if I'd turned around when my brother first heard the voice and walked toward the darkness instead of running away. The thought makes my skin crawl. I don't know what was out there in those woods. I don't know why it called my name in my father's voice or what it wanted, but I do know that something was watching us from the darkness that day. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, I can't shake the feeling that it's still watching, waiting for me to answer its call. I've researched similar experiences online, and there are stories from all over Canada about voices in the wilderness calling people's names. Some people think they're skinwalkers or wendigos from Native American legends. Others say they're just hallucinations caused by extreme cold or isolation. But my brother and I were together. We both felt something, and whatever it was, knew exactly how our dad pronounces his name. I still haven't gone back to that cabin. I'm not sure I ever will. Story 16. I've never been a big believer in ghosts or anything supernatural, honestly. Growing up, I always thought people who claimed to see that kind of stuff were either looking for attention or had watched too many scary movies. But something happened to me when I was 9, almost 10, that I still can't explain, even though it's been over 20 years. We lived in this old farmhouse in Denton County, Texas, right on the edge of Sanger. It wasn't anything special, just a weathered white house with peeling paint that had been built sometime in the 1940s. My parents got it cheap because it needed work, and my dad was good with his hands. The floors creaked, the windows rattled when the wind blew, and during thunderstorms, the whole place seemed to groan. But it was home. My bedroom was at the back of the house. It had one window that faced out toward an empty field that stretched for what seemed like miles to my young eyes. I had this routine where I always slept with my feet toward the window. I don't even remember why I started doing that. Maybe I read somewhere that monsters couldn't grab your head if they couldn't reach it. Kid logic, I guess. But this one night in the middle of summer, I decided to switch things up. I was hot, and I thought maybe if I faced the other way, the breeze from the window would hit my face instead of my feet. So I flipped around, with my head toward the window and my feet pointing toward my bedroom door. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but something woke me up in the middle of the night. I remember opening my eyes and immediately noticing that something was wrong. The room was glowing, not the warm yellow of a nightlight or the blue-white of moonlight, but this weird cyan color, almost like those glow sticks you get at fairs, but more intense. At first I thought maybe a car with weird headlights had pulled up outside, but then I realized the light was coming from inside my room. I blinked a few times, trying to clear the sleep from my eyes, and that's when I saw her. There was an old woman floating about 3 feet above me at the foot of my bed, and when I say floating, I mean actually hovering in the air, not standing. She looked to be in her 80s, with wispy white hair that was moving slowly around her head like she was underwater. She was wearing an old-fashioned nightgown, the kind with lace at the collar, and both her body and her clothes were glowing this intense cyan blue color. I could see right through her, not completely, but enough that I could make out the outlines of my dresser behind her. The weirdest part? Her eyes. They were fixed directly on mine, and they weren't glowing like the rest of her. They were normal human eyes, dark, almost black in the blue light, and so intensely focused on me that I felt like she was looking straight into my soul. Here's the thing that still confuses me to this day. I wasn't scared, not even a little bit. I was completely aware of what was happening, completely awake, and yet I felt this strange sense of calm. I remember thinking, oh, there's a ghost in my room, as casually as if I'd thought, oh, it's raining outside. I could move too. I remember lifting my hand up a bit to see if she would react, ruling out sleep paralysis. She didn't move or change her expression. She just kept staring at me, floating there with her nightgown and hair swaying gently like there was an underwater current in my bedroom. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me lying in bed, her floating above me. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time felt weird. Eventually, I felt my eyes getting heavy, and the next thing I knew, it was morning. The cyan glow was gone, and so was she. I immediately ran to tell my parents, but they brushed it off as a dream. "You have such an active imagination," my mom said, ruffling my hair. But I knew what I saw wasn't a dream. Dreams fade, get fuzzy around the edges. This memory has stayed crystal clear for over 2 decades. I never saw the old woman again, even though I slept with my head toward the window for weeks afterward, hoping she might come back so I could prove to myself I wasn't crazy. But nothing happened. The house went back to being just an old farmhouse with creaky floors. That wasn't the only strange thing that happened while we lived in Texas, though. When I was 12, we moved to a smaller town in northeastern Texas, right near the Oklahoma border. The house there was newer, but the land around it was ancient. Thick forests and overgrown fields that seemed to swallow sound. One night when I was 13, I was up late reading with my window open. It was around 1 in the morning. I remember checking my alarm clock when I heard it. 3 distinct knocks on my window. Knock, knock, knock. Not like a branch hitting the glass, but deliberate, like someone using their knuckles. My room was on the 2nd floor. I froze, my book falling from my hands. Before I could even process what was happening, the power in the entire house cut out. Just for a second. A quick flicker where everything went dark and then came back on. In that brief moment of darkness, I caught movement from the corner of my eye and turned toward my window just in time to see something white run past our front door down below. It was too quick to make out any details, just a white blur that seemed to be moving too fast to be a person. By the time I worked up the courage to go to my parents' room, I'd convinced myself it was probably just a deer or something, though deep down I knew deer don't knock on windows. The next morning, I checked outside my window for any signs of someone being there, footprints, disturbed bushes, anything. There was nothing, not even a tree branch close enough to reach my window. The third thing happened when I was 16. I had this habit of taking walks at night when I couldn't sleep. My parents weren't thrilled about it, but our town was tiny and safe, and I never went far from home. One night in late October, I was walking along this dirt road that ran behind our property. The moon was bright enough that I didn't need a flashlight, and the air had that crisp fall feeling that makes everything seem more alive somehow. I was about half a mile from our house when I started hearing them, coyotes. That's not unusual in rural Texas, but something about these howls made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. They sounded closer than they should be, and there were a lot of them. I turned to head back home, walking a bit faster than before, when I heard something else. Whispers. At first, I thought it was just the wind in the trees, but then I realized the air was completely still. The whispers seemed to be coming from all around me, sometimes to my left, sometimes behind me, sometimes directly ahead. I couldn't make out any words, just this constant susurration, like dozens of people having urgent, hushed conversations just out of earshot. And the whispers were moving, circling me as I walked. The worst part, they sounded like they were only about 20 feet away. Yet when I looked around, straining my eyes in the moonlight, there was absolutely nothing there. No people, no animals, not even shadows that could be playing tricks on my eyes, just empty fields and the distant tree line. The coyote howls got closer, mixing with the whispers until it felt like I was walking through a crowd of invisible beings. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and I broke into a run. The whispers kept pace with me, never getting closer, but never falling behind. When I finally reached our driveway, they stopped all at once, as if I'd crossed some invisible boundary they couldn't pass. The coyotes fell silent too. I stood there gasping for breath, staring back at the dark road I'd just run down. It looked completely normal now, just an empty dirt lane cutting through empty fields. I never told anyone about that night. What would I say? I heard voices but saw nothing. It sounds crazy even to me, and I experienced it. Looking back at all three incidents, I'm still at a loss to explain them. I've researched the history of both properties, looking for stories about deaths or tragedies that might explain a haunting, but came up empty. I've read about hallucinations, sleep paralysis, and all the other scientific explanations for ghost sightings, but none of them fit what I experienced. The Cyan woman especially. She wasn't scary or threatening. She didn't do anything to harm me or even try to communicate. She just was. Like she was checking on me, making sure I was okay. Sometimes I wonder if she was connected to the house somehow. Maybe someone who lived and died there decades before we moved in. I still think about her eyes, how human they looked, despite everything else about her being so obviously not of this world. I've never felt that kind of connection with anyone, before or since. That feeling that someone is seeing not just your face, but everything underneath. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I probably wouldn't believe it either if someone else told me this story, but I know what I saw and what I heard. And 20+ years later, I still can't explain any of it. Texas has always had a reputation for being larger than life. I guess that applies to its ghosts too. Story 17. I still haven't told many people about what happened back in the early 90s in the high desert. Not because I don't remember, trust me, I remember every detail, but because nobody ever believes me. I've tried a few times over the years, only to get those looks. You know the ones. Where they smile and nod, but their eyes say, this person is absolutely nuts. So I just stopped talking about it. But I need to get this out. Maybe someone here has seen similar things. I moved to the high desert region of California when I was in my early 20s. The area had this weird vibe from the start. A lot of it was former military land, with these bizarrely named streets, Avenue Zero, Avenue A, and so on. Just grid patterns cutting through nothing but sand, Joshua trees, and scrub brush. The locals all had stories about people who'd gone missing over the years, hikers who ventured out and never came back, that kind of thing. At first, I thought it was just small-town folklore, you know? Every place has its ghost stories. There were rumors about underground tunnels and facilities from back in the Cold War era. Most people brushed them off as conspiracy theories. I did too, until that night in 1992. It was around 2 in the morning, and my boyfriend at the time, let's call him Dave, his buddy, and I were driving back from a concert in LA. We were taking the long way home through some back roads because Dave wanted to avoid the highway patrol. He'd had a couple beers at the show. The roads out there are pitch black at night, no streetlights, no houses, just endless darkness, with the occasional glimpse of eyes reflecting in your headlights when a coyote or jackrabbit darts across the road. Dave pulled over on this dirt turnout because he needed to take a leak, and his friend wanted to smoke. I got out to stretch my legs and look at the stars, which were incredible out there with zero light pollution. The air was chilly, that distinct high desert cold that seeps into your bones, despite it being warm during the day. I was just standing there, leaning against the car when I felt it. At first, I thought it was a tremor. They're common enough in California. But this was different. It was a steady vibration coming up through the soles of my boots. I remember looking at Dave, who was zipping up his jeans, and he felt it too. His friend tossed his cigarette and stomped it out, asking, "You guys feel that?" We all did, and it wasn't stopping. Dave crouched down and put his ear to the ground. I thought he was being dramatic, but then he whispered, "Holy shit, listen to this." I knelt down next to him and pressed my ear against the dirt. That's when I heard it. Machinery. Not like a distant tractor or generator, but heavy industrial sounds. Metal clanking against metal, whirring noises, and underneath it all, voices. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they were definitely human voices coming from underground. I'm getting goosebumps just writing this. We were at least 10 miles from anything resembling civilization. The nearest house was probably 5 miles back, and it was just some old homesteader's shack. There was no reason for there to be what sounded like a factory underneath us. We were all freaking out, trying to make sense of it, when Dave's friend grabbed my arm and pointed toward the horizon. "What the hell is that?" About a half-mile away, there was a small red light moving toward us. Not like a car's tail light. This was floating about 3 feet off the ground and moving in a straight line. No bouncing like you'd expect from someone walking with a flashlight. Just a steady, purposeful approach. We didn't stick around to find out what it was. Dave practically threw me into the car, and we peeled out of there, leaving a cloud of dust behind us. I kept looking back, but the light didn't seem to be following us. It just stayed on its trajectory, crossing where we'd been standing. For weeks afterward, we talked about it, trying to come up with explanations. Dave thought it might be some secret military testing site. His friend was convinced it was either drug runners or aliens. I didn't know what to believe, but I knew what I'd heard. There were people under that desert, and the thought kept me up at night. About a year later, I'd almost managed to convince myself it had been some weird acoustic phenomenon or something. Dave and I had broken up, and I was trying to move on with my life. Then something happened that brought it all rushing back. I was helping a friend pick up a trailer from this guy who lived way out on the edges of town, where the houses give way to nothing. It was dusk when we arrived, and this guy, I think his name was Ray, seemed really jumpy. His property was surrounded by this intense electric fence that seemed way over the top for the area. When I asked about it, he just said, "You can't be too careful out here." While my friend was hooking up the trailer, Ray asked if I wanted to see something interesting. He went inside his house and came back with what he said were military-grade night vision binoculars, top-of-the-line stuff that he claimed to have acquired during his time in the service. He wouldn't say which branch. "Look out there," he said, pointing toward a seemingly empty stretch of desert about a mile from his property. "Just keep watching." I put the binoculars to my eyes, and everything turned that eerie green night vision color. At first I just saw desert, rocks, scrub brush, the occasional rabbit, but then I saw movement. It wasn't animals, it was people. They seemed to be emerging from the ground itself, like they were coming up from hatches or doorways built into the desert floor. I counted at least 7 of them, moving around with purpose, carrying things I couldn't make out. They weren't dressed in normal clothes. It looked like some kind of uniform or hazmat gear. I passed the binoculars back to Ray with shaking hands. "What the hell was that?" I asked. "Ground dwellers," he said, completely matter of fact. "They've been out there for decades. Why do you think I have the fence?" He gestured to the electric barrier surrounding his property. "They mostly keep to themselves, but sometimes they get curious. Come up to the fence and just stare. My dad bought this land in the 70s and he saw them too. Said they were already here when he moved in." I wanted to think Ray was crazy, but I'd seen them with my own eyes. And it matched what I'd experienced a year earlier, the vibrations, the sounds beneath the earth. It wasn't a coincidence. My friend finished with the trailer and we got out of there. I didn't tell him what I'd seen. What would I even say? "Hey, there are people living under the desert." He'd think I was on drugs. Fast forward to 1995. I was living in this mobile home park closer to town with a few roommates. We had this ridiculous treehouse that one of my roommates had built in this big oak tree on our property. It was surprisingly sturdy, and we'd sometimes sleep out there during the summer to escape the heat of the trailer. One night, around midnight, there was a frantic knocking at our door. I opened it to find a couple I'd never seen before. They looked terrified, wide-eyed, sweating despite the cool night air, constantly looking over their shoulders. The woman kept saying they needed a place to hide, just for the night. My instinct was to shut the door in their faces. We were in the middle of nowhere. and strange people showing up at midnight is never a good sign. But there was something genuinely frightening in their expressions. These people weren't on drugs or looking to rob us. They were scared for their lives. I let them in, and my roommates were understandably confused and concerned. The couple refused to stay in the trailer, saying it was too obvious. When I mentioned the treehouse, the woman nearly cried with relief. "Perfect," she said. "They won't look up there." Before they went out to the treehouse, the woman pulled me aside. She was clutching this beat-up manila envelope to her chest like it contained the crown jewels. Her hands were trembling as she opened it and showed me what was inside. They were documents, government papers that looked water-damaged and partially burned around the edges. I could make out official letterheads, strange technical diagrams that looked like cross-sections of tunnels or facilities, and these weird symbols that I assumed were some kind of code or classification markings. Each page had an embossed seal that caught the light when you tilted it, like a hologram almost. "We found these," she whispered, her voice cracking, "in one of the abandoned structures out in the desert. We thought it was just going to be an adventure, you know, urban exploration. But then we saw the entrance, a door where there shouldn't be one, and inside, these were just sitting there in a flooded room, like someone left in a hurry." Her boyfriend interrupted, pulling her away. "Don't tell her anymore," he hissed. "It's not safe. They stayed in our treehouse that night. In the morning, they were gone before any of us woke up. I never even got their names." 3 days later, the black vans showed up on our street. They weren't trying to be subtle, unmarked black Chevrolet vans with tinted windows, parked at either end of our road, just sitting there. Sometimes a man in a suit would get out and stand beside the vehicle, looking at our trailer and the neighboring homes. They stayed for 5 days, never approached us, never said anything, just watched. Then they disappeared as suddenly as they'd come. I moved away from the high desert a few months later, couldn't handle the constant feeling of being observed, but I've never forgotten what I experienced there. The vibrations under my feet, the voices and machinery sounds coming from where nothing should exist, the people emerging from the desert floor through invisible doorways, the couple with their burned documents, fleeing from something they couldn't explain. The desert hides things, always has. There are spaces beneath the sand and rock where things happen that we're not supposed to know about. I think with all the lights and camera phones and satellites these days, they've just gotten better at keeping it hidden. But it's still there. I know it is. I haven't been back to that part of California since I left, and I never will. Story 18. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even typing it out now makes my hands shake a little. I guess I'm hoping someone here has experienced something similar, or might have some explanation, because at this point I'm desperate for answers. My sleep has been completely destroyed for the past few years. It started when I was around 14, just little things at first. I'd wake up feeling like someone was in my room, or I'd hear faint noises that I couldn't explain. My parents brushed it off as normal teenage anxiety, and honestly, I tried to convince myself that's all it was too. But then, things escalated. About 2 years ago, I had this dream that felt way too real. I was lying in bed, exactly how I'd fallen asleep, when I noticed a dark figure standing by my window. At first, I thought it was just my jacket hanging on my chair, casting a weird shadow. But then it moved, not like someone walking, more like it glided across the floor toward me. I couldn't move or scream. I was completely frozen as this thing got closer and closer until it was right by my face. I could feel cold air on my cheek, like it was breathing on me. The air around me felt heavy and cold, like all the warmth had been sucked out of the room. I woke up gasping for air, my heart racing so fast I thought I was having a heart attack. My room was empty, and I told myself it was just a nightmare. I checked the time, 3:18 in the morning. I tried to calm myself down, repeating that it wasn't real, just my imagination getting the best of me. After about 20 minutes, I finally started to drift back to sleep. That's when I felt it, 3 distinct taps on my back. At first, I thought maybe my blanket had shifted or something. Then I felt it again, more deliberate this time. Tap, 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 right between my shoulder blades. I froze, too terrified to turn around. Then something started tugging on my blanket, slowly pulling it off me. I gripped it tightly, and the tugging stopped. For a few seconds, there was nothing. Then I felt tapping on the top of my head, like someone was using their fingertip to tap me. I shot up and turned on my bedside lamp, my entire body trembling. There was nothing there, absolutely nothing. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat up with all the lights on until morning, convinced that if I closed my eyes again, whatever had touched me would come back. The worst part, that wasn't even the scariest thing that's happened. When I was in middle school, I shared a room with my sister. We had twin beds on opposite sides of the room. One night, I remember it was a Tuesday because we had a math test the next day. We both woke up at exactly the same time. It was like something had alerted both of us simultaneously. I turned to look at my sister, and I could see by the moonlight coming through our window that she was already sitting up, staring in horror at something next to my bed. I slowly turned my head and saw it. This tan-colored figure was crouching beside my bed, its body hunched over in this unnatural position. It was looking right at me. I couldn't make out any facial features, but I knew it was staring at me. I could feel it. The room felt ice cold, and there was this smell, kind of like wet soil or something damp that's been left too long. I yanked my blanket over my head and started shaking. I could hear my sister crying across the room. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, I gathered enough courage to peek out from under my blanket. The figure was gone. I immediately ran to my sister's bed and we huddled together, both of us sobbing and too afraid to move. The next morning we tried to talk about what we'd seen. The crazy thing was, we described the exact same thing, down to the strange tan color and the way it was crouched. My parents thought we were just feeding off each other's imagination, or that we'd both had the same nightmare. But how could we both have the exact same nightmare at the exact same time? My parents didn't believe us until it started happening to them too. About 6 months ago, they were both sleeping when something woke them up around 2 in the morning. My mom said she opened her eyes and saw this gray figure perched on top of their dresser, just watching them. She nudged my dad awake, and he saw it too. They said it stayed there for about 30 minutes, completely motionless, except for what looked like slight swaying. Then it just vanished. Not like it walked away or faded out. It was there 1 second and gone the next. A couple of weeks after that, they saw something else. This time it was darker, almost black, and much larger than the gray one. My dad said it slowly walked across their bedroom, paused at the foot of their bed for a few seconds, then continued toward their bathroom before disappearing. My mum said the way it moved wasn't right, its limbs were too long, and it walked with this jerky, uneven gait. These visitors, I guess you could call them, show up about once every week or two. Sometimes we'll go almost a month without anything happening, and we start to think maybe it's over. Then one of us will wake up in the middle of the night and see something standing in the corner or sitting at the edge of the bed. They never try to hurt us or even touch us, except for that one time with me. They just watch. We've tried everything to make it stop. My mom bought sage and cleansed the whole house. My dad installed security cameras in the hallway and our rooms, but they never catch anything. The night my parents saw the dark figure cross their room, the camera just showed static for those few minutes. What makes this whole thing even weirder is that our house isn't old. It was built only about 12 years ago. There's no tragic history here. No one died during construction, nothing like that. We're not built on an ancient burial ground or anything cliché like that. It's just a normal house in a normal suburban neighborhood. Last week was the most recent incident. I was sleeping, and something woke me up around 3:30 in the morning. As soon as I opened my eyes, I knew something was in my room. The air felt different, heavier, colder. I looked toward my closet and saw what looked like a child-sized figure, standing with its face pressed against the wall. It was completely still, like a statue. I watched it for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, too scared to move or make a sound. Then it slowly turned its head, just its head, not its body, until it was looking right at me. I couldn't see a face, just darkness where features should be. I squeezed my eyes shut and started counting in my head, something my therapist suggested to help with anxiety. When I reached 57, I felt brave enough to look again. It was gone. The next morning, I noticed 3 small, perfectly round wet spots on my wall, exactly where that thing had been standing with its face pressed against it. By the afternoon, they had dried and disappeared. My sister moved out to go to college last year, and she says nothing strange has happened in her dorm. It's just our house. Something about our house attracts these things. My parents have talked about moving, but the housing market is terrible right now, and we can't afford to just pack up and leave. So we've developed this weird routine of living with our nighttime visitors. We don't talk about it much anymore. What's the point? No one has answers. We've just accepted that sometimes, in the middle of the night, one of us will wake up to find something watching us from the shadows. The strangest part is that I don't think they mean harm. If they wanted to hurt us, they've had plenty of opportunities. They seem curious, like they're studying us. Sometimes I wonder if we're the ghosts to them, if we're the ones intruding in their space. Last night, I woke up around 4 in the morning with that familiar feeling of being watched. I didn't even need to open my eyes to know something was there. I could feel its presence at the foot of my bed. I stayed perfectly still, keeping my breathing slow and even, pretending to be asleep. After a few minutes, I felt my mattress dip slightly, like something had sat down on the edge of my bed. I've never been more terrified in my life, but I kept my eyes closed. Then I felt what seemed like fingers gently brush against my ankle, just once, very lightly. The touch was ice cold. The weight lifted from my mattress, and when I finally found the courage to open my eyes, my room was empty. I don't know what these things are or what they want. I don't know why they've chosen our family or our house. All I know is that tonight, like every night, I'll go to bed wondering if I'll wake up to find something standing in my room, watching me sleep. And one day, I'm afraid I might wake up to find it sitting right next to me, waiting for me to open my eyes. Story 19. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened on my dad's property in rural Michigan about 11 years ago. I've tried to rationalize it countless times, searched endlessly online for similar experiences, but nothing quite matches what my family and I witnessed that night. My dad inherited this chunk of land from his grandfather, about 40 acres of dense woodland in the middle of nowhere, seriously. The nearest neighbor was at least 3 miles away, and the closest town was a 20-minute drive down winding dirt roads. Dad always loved that place, said it recharged his batteries to be away from civilization. My older sister and I weren't as enthusiastic, but we'd go camping there with him a couple times a year. This particular trip was in late June. I was 16, my sister was 19, and we were both admittedly more interested in our phones than communing with nature. Dad had been excited about this trip for weeks, planning fishing at the small pond on the property and evening campfires where we'd roast marshmallows like we did when we were kids. We arrived at the property around mid-afternoon. The sun was still high, and after the long drive, it felt good to stretch our legs. Dad's property didn't have any structures besides an old tool shed that was practically falling apart. We pitched our large family tent in the small clearing that Dad had maintained over the years, about 100 yards from the pond. Everything was totally normal that afternoon. We helped Dad set up camp, collected firewood, and my sister and I even managed to enjoy ourselves a bit. The weather was perfect, warm, but not too hot, with a light breeze rustling through the trees. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, away from the constant noise of everyday life. As evening approached, Dad started the campfire, and we cooked hot dogs on sticks like we always did. The sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. That's when things started getting weird. I reached for my iPhone to take a picture of the sunset, but it wouldn't turn on, just a black screen. I figured the battery had died, which was weird because I'd charged it fully in the car on the drive up. I mentioned this to my sister, who immediately checked her phone. Same thing, completely dead. "Dad, can I use your phone to take a picture?" I asked. Dad pulled out his old Samsung. He always refused to get an iPhone, saying they were overpriced toys. But when he tried to unlock it, the screen started glitching out. Instead of his home screen, it showed random fragments of photos from his gallery, distorted and jumbled together. He tried restarting it, but it just kept getting worse until the screen went completely black, then suddenly lit up again with more glitched images. "What the hell?" Dad muttered, turning his phone off and shoving it back in his pocket. Must be some kind of interference out here. But it didn't make sense. We'd been to this property dozens of times over the years, and our phones had always worked fine. Maybe not great reception, but they'd never completely failed like this. "All 3 phones at once," my sister said, voicing what I was thinking. "That's really weird." Dad shrugged it off, saying it was probably for the best. "Now you two will have to actually enjoy nature instead of staring at screens all night." We laughed it off, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. It felt like something had changed in the atmosphere around us. The woods suddenly seemed deeper, darker somehow. After dinner, we sat around the fire telling stories. The sky grew darker and the stars came out, brilliantly clear away from city lights. Despite the phone situation, it was actually turning into a nice evening. Around 11, we decided to call it a night and crawled into our sleeping bags in the tent. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. Maybe 1 or 2 in the morning. Something had pulled me from sleep. Not a noise exactly, but a sensation. Like the air pressure had changed. I lay there for a moment, trying to figure out what had woken me, when I noticed a faint yellowish glow filtering through the tent fabric. At first, I thought maybe Dad had left the lantern on outside, but this light was different, not steady like a lantern, but shifting and pulsating slightly. I nudged my sister, who was sleeping next to me. "Do you see that?" I whispered. She stirred and looked where I was pointing. "What is that?" she whispered back. The light outside moved, casting shadows that shifted across the tent walls. I heard Dad rustling in his sleeping bag on the other side of the tent. He was awake too. "Dad," I said quietly. "I see it," he replied, his voice unnaturally tense. "Both of you stay quiet." We lay there frozen, watching the light move around our tent. Then it wasn't just one light anymore. I could make out several distinct glowing spots through the tent fabric. They varied in size and brightness, but all had the same yellowish hue. Dad slowly reached for his flashlight, careful not to make sudden movements. The tension in the tent was suffocating. I could hear my sister's breathing getting faster next to me. "I'm going to look outside," Dad whispered. "No!" my sister hissed, but Dad was already unzipping the tent flap, just enough to peek through. I'll never forget the look on his face in that moment, illuminated by that strange yellow glow. His eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. He stared out for what felt like minutes before opening the flap a bit wider so we could see too. What I saw makes me question my sanity even now. Floating around our campsite were maybe 15 to 20 orbs of light, ranging from golf ball to baseball sized. They weren't just floating randomly like fireflies. They moved with purpose, with intelligence. Some hovered near the ground, others up at tree height. all emitting that same soft yellow glow that somehow seemed both warm and eerily cold at the same time. "What are they?" my sister whispered, clutching my arm so tight it hurt. Dad didn't answer. We watched as one of the larger orbs separated from the others and began floating directly toward our tent. It moved slowly, deliberately, stopping about 5 feet from where we were huddled at the tent opening. Up close, I could see it wasn't just a ball of light. The glow seemed to emanate from the center, but the edges were hazy, almost fluid-like, and there was something else, a suggestion of structure within the light. Tiny movements that didn't match the overall motion of the orb. Dad suddenly raised his flashlight and switched it on, pointing the beam directly at the orb. The effect was immediate. The light seemed to shudder, and then all the orbs in the clearing simultaneously shot upward and outward, disappearing into the trees at impossible speed. Within seconds they were gone, leaving us in darkness except for Dad's flashlight beam. We sat there in stunned silence for I don't know how long. Finally, Dad zipped the tent closed and sat back on his sleeping bag, his flashlight pointing at the tent ceiling, casting everything in harsh shadows. "What the fuck was that?" my sister finally said, her voice cracking. Dad ran a hand through his hair, looking shaken. "I've heard stories," he said quietly. "My grandfather used to talk about lights in these woods." "What, like UFOs?" I asked. Dad shook his head slowly. He called them the forest folk, said they were fairies. Under normal circumstances, we would have laughed at him. Dad wasn't the type to believe in supernatural stuff. He was practical, rational, an engineer who believed in what he could measure and explain. But after what we'd just seen, neither of us was laughing. "I could see them," Dad continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "Inside the lights, tiny bodies moving around." "That's impossible," my sister said, but without conviction. "Tomorrow we're checking the tent and everything around it," Dad said firmly. "There has to be some explanation." None of us slept after that. We sat huddled together, jumping at every sound from the woods around us. I've never been so grateful to see the sunrise. In the morning light, everything looked normal. Too normal. We searched the entire campsite for any evidence of what we'd seen, unusual markings, burned spots on the ground, anything, but found nothing. Our phones were still dead, and Dad's was still glitching. We packed up silently and left hours earlier than planned. The phones started working again about a mile down the dirt road, leading away from the property. They all came back to life simultaneously, as if whatever had affected them was confined to that specific area. Dad's phone stopped glitching, and our iPhones powered on, showing full batteries, as if they'd never died at all. We barely spoke during the drive home. What was there to say? We'd all seen something impossible, something that defied explanation. I've spent countless hours over the years searching online for similar experiences in rural Michigan. I've found stories about strange lights, UFO sightings, will-o'-the-wisps, ball lightning, but nothing that matches what we saw that night. Nothing that moved with that eerie intelligence or had those shadowy forms inside. Dad still owns the property, but none of us has been back since. He keeps saying he'll sell it, but somehow never gets around to it. My sister refuses to even talk about what happened. She's convinced herself it was some kind of shared hallucination brought on by campfire fumes or something. But I know what I saw. Those weren't hallucinations. They weren't flashlights or fireflies or any natural phenomenon I can think of. Those lights were observing us, studying us, and when Dad shined his light at them, they didn't just flee, they reacted. Sometimes I wonder if they're still there, those lights, appearing in that clearing on dark nights when no one is around to see them, and sometimes on nights when I can't sleep. I find myself wondering what would have happened if Dad hadn't turned on his flashlight, if that orb had continued floating toward our tent, toward us. What did they want? Were they curious, or was there some other purpose to their visit? I don't know. I'll probably never know. but I can't shake the feeling that something out there in those Michigan woods recognized us that night, and now, somehow, it knows me. Story 20. I still lose sleep over what happened that August weekend in 2021. I've tried to rationalize it countless times, but nothing makes sense. I've been hunting since I was 12, camped in some of the most remote parts of Appalachia, and nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever made me question my sanity like what I saw that night. My cousin Drew lives out in rural Kentucky, about 20 miles from the nearest actual town. His trailer sits at the literal end of a dirt road that just stops, giving way to dense forest and rolling hills. The nearest neighbor is about a mile away. It's the kind of quiet where you can hear a car coming from 10 minutes away. I'd driven down from Cincinnati for the weekend, something we try to do a couple times a year. Nothing fancy, just fishing, drinking beer, and catching up. Drew had built this fire pit a few years back. Nothing special, just some rocks arranged in a circle with lawn chairs around it. We'd been sitting there most of the evening, working our way through a case of Busch Light and talking about nothing important. It must have been around midnight, maybe a little after. The crickets were unbelievably loud. If you've never been in rural Kentucky in late summer, you can't imagine how deafening insects can be. The fire had burned down to embers, casting this dull orange glow that barely reached beyond our chairs. We had Drew's little Bluetooth speaker playing some classic rock, but not very loud. I was mid-sentence talking about my job when Drew suddenly nudged me with his elbow. I thought he was just being drunk and messing around, but when I looked at him, I saw his face had changed. He was staring across the yard toward the river that runs about 50 yards from his property. "Turn that down," he said, nodding toward the speaker. I hit pause, and that's when I heard it too. At first, it sounded like people talking, but wrong somehow. Not distinct words, more like the cadence and rhythm of conversation, but impossible to make out. It was coming from across the river, probably 100 yards away through the trees. "Probably just some people fishing," I said, though nobody ever fished that stretch at night. The words felt hollow, even as I said them. Then we heard laughter, but not regular laughter. It started as one person, then stretched into 2 or 3 overlapping laughs, like when a recording skips and layers over itself. It echoed weirdly through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere at once. We stared at each other. Drew had left his glasses inside, so he was squinting into the darkness. "You see anything?" he asked. I stood up slowly, peering across the river. The moon was nearly full that night, casting enough light that I could see the outline of trees on the far bank and the reflection on the water. At first, I didn't see anything unusual, just shadows and silvery light. Then, movement caught my eye. Through the tree line across the water, I watched something step into a patch of moonlight. It was standing upright, man-shaped, but somehow wrong in proportion. As I watched, and I'll never forget this as long as I live, it folded itself down onto all fours. Not like a person would get on their hands and knees. It was a quick, unnatural movement, like bones clicking into different positions. Once on all fours, it looked like a large dog, but still somehow human-shaped. My heart literally dropped. I felt it sink into my gut. I kept elbowing Drew, whispering, "Do you see that? Do you see that?" But he couldn't make it out clearly without his glasses. "What is it?" he kept asking, his voice tight with fear. The thing moved deliberately along the far bank, not rushing, almost like it wanted us to know it was there, but wasn't immediately coming for us. It made noises I can't properly describe, like a bark that suddenly cut off into something like a scream. Not animal, not human, something in between. "We need to go inside," I said, my voice barely audible. I was afraid to speak too loudly, afraid to draw its attention, though I was certain it already knew we were there. Drew was frozen, still squinting. I can't see it clearly, but I can hear it. "What the fuck is that?" In the clearing on the far side, The thing stopped. In the moonlight, I could see its shadow more clearly. It was big, bigger than any man I've ever seen. The proportions were all wrong, arms too long, back hunched at an impossible angle. Then it made a sound I'll never forget. It was like a siren, a train whistle, and a woman screaming, all combined into one unbearable noise. It made my ears ring and my stomach knot up. I felt the sound physically, like it was moving through my body. Drew grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises I'd find the next day. Inside, now. But we couldn't move yet. We were paralyzed, watching this thing. It turned its head toward us. I couldn't make out features, just a silhouette. And then it laughed again, the same skipping, overlapping laugh, only closer this time. Then it charged. I've never seen anything move that fast. It cleared the river in what seemed like a single bound, splashing through the shallows. The water didn't even slow it down. We bolted, left the chairs, the speaker, everything. We sprinted to the trailer, stumbling over ourselves. Drew fumbled with the door handle while I kept looking back, expecting to feel teeth or claws on my back at any second. We got inside, slammed the door, and shoved the cooler against it, a pathetic barrier that wouldn't have stopped anything determined, but it was all we had. Drew scrambled to find his glasses, while I ran through the trailer, making sure all the windows were locked and the blinds drawn. "What the hell was that?" Drew kept saying, his voice shaking. "What the hell did you see?" I couldn't even describe it properly. It was like a person, but not. It moved wrong. Everything about it was wrong. We sat in the dark of the living room, afraid to turn on lights. I positioned myself where I could see out the window facing the river through a crack in the blinds. Drew grabbed his shotgun from the closet, a 12 gauge he keeps for hunting, and sat with it across his lap. Though neither of us said what we both were thinking, it probably wouldn't help. For hours we sat there. Sometimes we'd hear that chattering sound again, sometimes that awful laugh. Once, something moved past the window, just a shadow, but enough to make me jerk back and nearly fall over the coffee table. Around 3 in the morning, there was a scratching at the door. Not frantic, not aggressive, methodical, almost thoughtful. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Then silence, then 3 more scratches. Drew raised the shotgun, pointing it at the door. His hands were shaking so badly I thought he might accidentally fire it. The scratching stopped. We heard footsteps on the wooden porch steps, then silence. Just when we thought it might be gone, something slammed into the side of the trailer with such force that the whole structure shook. Picture frames fell off the walls, a glass in the kitchen toppled off the counter and shattered. Then that laugh again, right outside the window I was watching. I scrambled back, knocking over a lamp. "It knows exactly where we are," I whispered. The rest of the night was a blur of terror, sometimes silence for 20 or 30 minutes, lulling us into thinking maybe it had left. Then another slam against the trailer, or that horrible, distorted laugh. Once I swear I heard it say something that sounded like words, but garbled and wrong, like someone trying to imitate human speech without understanding it. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have. I woke up to sunlight streaming through the windows and Drew shaking me. "It's gone," he said. His eyes were bloodshot, face pale. We cautiously went outside. The morning was perfectly normal. Birds singing, the river flowing peacefully. The chairs by the fire pit were exactly as we'd left them. No tracks, no evidence of anything unusual. But when we walked down to the river's edge, we found something that made my blood run cold. On our side of the bank, pressed into the mud, was a single footprint. Not human, not animal, something in between. It was huge, maybe 15 inches long, with what looked like elongated toes ending in pointed tips, like claws. Drew and I stared at it, then at each other. Neither of us said anything. What could we say? I left that afternoon, earlier than planned. Drew didn't try to convince me to stay. It's been 2 years now. I've told a few people what happened, and the reactions are always the same. They laugh it off, suggest it was coyotes or bears, or imply that we were just drunk and imagining things. One friend insisted it must have been other people messing with us. Maybe locals who knew Drew lived out there alone. But I know what I saw. I've hunted coyotes and bears. I know what they sound like, how they move. This was something else entirely. Drew still lives in that trailer. He says nothing like that has happened again, but he's installed motion sensor lights all around his property and bought 2 large dogs. He doesn't sit outside after dark anymore. I haven't been back to visit. I can't bring myself to. Every time I think about that river at night, I hear that laugh in my head. That wrong, skipping laugh. I see that silhouette folding itself down onto all fours in that unnatural way. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I've heard scratching at my bedroom door. I lie there, paralyzed, listening, and sometimes, just as I'm convincing myself it was just a dream, I swear I hear it. That chattering sound, like someone trying to talk without knowing how. I don't know what we saw that night. I don't want to know. But whatever it was, it knew us. It watched us. It played with us, and sometimes I can't shake the feeling that it followed me home. Story 21. I've been sitting on this experience for years now, never really talking about it, except with the people who were there. I'm 25 now, but this happened when I was 17, and honestly, it still freaks me out when I think about it too much. Back then, I was dating this girl named Kate. We'd been together for almost a year, and things were going great. Kate had this friend Sarah who was super into all things paranormal. Ghost stories, haunted places, Ouija boards, you name it. At the time, I thought it was kind of silly but harmless. I was wrong. It was a Friday night in October when a group of us ended up at Sarah's place. Her parents were away for the weekend, so naturally, that's where we all gathered. There were 5 of us total. Me, Kate, Sarah, Kate's friend Melissa, and my buddy Chris. We were just hanging out, playing music, eating pizza, and talking about random high school stuff. At some point, Sarah started going on about this seance ritual she'd read about online. She kept insisting we try it, saying her house had good energy or whatever. The rest of us weren't really into it, but after a couple hours of her badgering and a few sodas, we weren't drinking alcohol, we finally gave in. I remember thinking it would be stupid but harmless. Just something to laugh about later. We cleared off Sarah's coffee table in the living room and sat around it on the floor. Sarah had set up some candles she found in a drawer and turned off most of the lights. It was all very dramatic, and we were still sort of giggling about it. She had printed out some instructions from some website and was reading them to us with this overly serious voice. The first attempt was just as ridiculous as I expected. We all held hands. Sarah said some words that sounded like they came from a bad horror movie, and nothing happened. We sat in silence for about 2 minutes before Chris broke character and made a fart noise. We all cracked up. Sarah was irritated but determined to try again. "You guys need to take this seriously," she kept saying, so we tried a second time. This time, I don't know why, but something felt different. The room seemed quieter somehow, like the air got thicker. Sarah was asking questions out loud. "Is anyone here with us? If you're here, give us a sign." And then the weirdest thing happened. The candle flames all stretched upward at the same time, getting taller for a few seconds before going back to normal. I remember looking around the table and seeing everyone's faces had gone from amused to uneasy. Even Sarah looked surprised, like she hadn't actually expected anything to happen. "Did you guys see that?" Kate whispered, squeezing my hand tighter. Sarah kept going with more questions, but nothing else happened. After a few minutes, we unanimously decided we'd had enough. I remember Chris saying, "Well, that was weird, but can we do something else now?" We all agreed. Sarah blew out the candles, turned the lights back on, and Kate suggested we play Uno to lighten the mood. Sarah went to get her cards, and we all stayed around the coffee table. I remember feeling relieved that we were done with the séance thing. I didn't believe in ghosts, but that candle thing had been strange. We'd been playing Uno for maybe 15 or 20 minutes. I was actually winning for once, when I noticed that the living room felt really cold, like unusually cold. It was October, but it wasn't that cold outside, and the house had been comfortably warm all evening. "Is it just me, or did it get freezing in here?" Melissa asked, rubbing her arms. Sarah frowned and got up to check the thermostat, which was mounted on the wall across the room. "That's weird," she said as she was standing there. "It's set to 72, but it's reading 64 in here." As she was saying this, there was a loud clatter as a framed photo fell off the wall right next to her. It didn't break, but the noise made us all jump. Sarah picked it up, looking confused. "That's weird," she said. "This has been hanging here forever." She hooked it back onto its nail. None of us thought too much about it. Pictures fall sometimes, right? But then, as Sarah was walking back to join us, the picture directly above the one she'd just fixed also fell. This time, we all definitely noticed. "Okay, that's a little weird," Chris said, trying to sound casual, but I could tell he was getting uncomfortable. Sarah laughed nervously. "Maybe the wall is crooked or something." But before she could even sit down, we heard another crash. 2 more pictures had fallen off the wall simultaneously. And then, while we were all staring, the last picture on that wall dropped to the floor. There was a moment of tense silence. Sarah turned to us with this exaggerated, scared expression, clearly trying to make a joke out of it. "Ooh, spooky ghost," she said in a mocking voice. But her smile disappeared instantly when the biggest crash yet happened. Her flat-screen TV, which was mounted on the wall above a console table, suddenly detached and smashed onto the floor. The sound was deafening, glass shattering, plastic cracking. "What the fuck?" Sarah screamed, jumping back. That's when the light started to flicker, not dramatically like in horror movies, but subtly at first, just enough that you'd notice. "I think we should go," I said, standing up. Kate grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. The flickering got worse, and then without warning, every light in the house went out at once. The darkness was complete. No streetlights were visible through the curtains, no ambient light from electronics, just pitch black. "Everyone stay calm," Chris said, his voice higher than normal. "It's probably just a power outage." That's when the coffee table started to move. It wasn't subtle. The heavy wooden table we'd been sitting around began to shake violently, rattling the Uno cards and sending them flying everywhere. I could hear it scraping against the hardwood floor, and even in the darkness, I could make out its silhouette vibrating unnaturally. Someone screamed. I think it was Melissa. I felt Kate's hand grab mine and pull me backward. We all scrambled away from the table, bumping into each other in the darkness. "The patio door," Sarah shouted. "This way," I heard fumbling, and then the sliding glass door opening. We all rushed outside into Sarah's backyard, practically falling over each other to get out. The night air was cool, but felt warm compared to how cold the house had gotten. We stood there in the yard, huddled together, breathing hard. The lights were still out in Sarah's house, but we could see that the whole neighborhood was dark. Some kind of power outage had hit the area. "That was not normal," Kate kept saying. "That was not fucking normal." Sarah was crying, looking back at her house. "My parents are going to kill me about the TV." "Forget the TV," Melissa said. "What the hell just happened in there?" We stayed in the backyard for what felt like forever, but was probably about 10 minutes. None of us wanted to go back inside, but it was getting cold outside, and we needed to figure out what to do. Finally, Chris looked at me. "We should check it out," he said quietly. I didn't want to, but I also didn't want to look like a coward in front of Kate. "Yeah, okay," I agreed. The girls protested, but Chris and I insisted we'd be fine. We took out our phone flashlights and slowly approached the house. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My palms were sweating despite the cold. We entered through the patio door, sweeping our flashlights around. The coffee table was still there, but it had moved about 3 feet from its original position. Uno cards were scattered everywhere. The TV was definitely destroyed. Glass shards all over the floor. All the pictures that had fallen were still on the ground. We walked through the house carefully, checking each room. Nothing else seemed disturbed. The house was silent, except for our footsteps and heavy breathing. Maybe it was an earthquake, Chris suggested, though we both knew it wasn't. After checking everywhere and finding nothing else amiss, we went back outside and told the girls it seemed safe to come back in. They were reluctant, but it was getting colder outside, and none of us had jackets. We all went back in together, sticking close. About 5 minutes later, the power came back on. Everything looked normal except for the aftermath, the broken TV, the fallen pictures, the displaced coffee table, and Uno cards everywhere. We spent the next hour cleaning up and trying to come up with reasonable explanations. Earthquake, but nothing else in the house had moved. Power surge, that wouldn't explain the pictures falling one by one. Wind, all the windows were closed. No one mentioned the seance directly, but I could tell we were all thinking about it. There was a weird tension in the air, like we were afraid to acknowledge what we all suspected. We ended up sleeping at Sarah's that night. None of us wanted to leave her alone. And honestly, I don't think any of us wanted to be alone either. Nothing else happened that night or ever again in that house, as far as I know. The next day, Sarah told her parents that the TV mount had broken, which was technically true. They were upset, but eventually got over it. We never told them or anyone else what really happened. In the years since, I've tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe there was some kind of minor earthquake that only affected that specific area of the house. Maybe the heating system malfunctioning caused the temperature drop. Maybe the TV mount was faulty. Maybe it was all just a series of coincidences. But deep down, I know what happened. We contacted something during that seance. Something that wanted us to know it was there. Something that could affect physical objects. And after it made its presence known, it left. I've never participated in anything like that again, and I never will. Some doors aren't meant to be opened, even if you don't believe what's on the other side. Because sometimes what's on the other side believes in you. Story 22. So this all happened back in May of 2019, when I was 16. Even now, years later, I still get chills thinking about that night, and I've never been able to find a logical explanation for what happened. My mom has family in Warsaw, and they'd arranged for us to spend a weekend at this old castle in northern Poland called Najdzik Castle. Some people call it Dunajec Castle. It was supposed to be this amazing cultural experience, a real medieval castle from the 14th century that's been converted into a kind of hotel. My mum was super excited about it, talking about the architecture and history, but weirdly specific about how we shouldn't go wandering around at night because old buildings can be dangerous. Looking back, I'm still mad she didn't tell us the whole truth. My best friend had come with us on the trip, and we were both actually pretty excited about staying in a real castle, like how many American teenagers get to say they've done that. When we first arrived, it was still light outside, and the place looked exactly like what you'd expect. Stone walls, towers, this massive wooden entrance door that looked like it belonged in Game of Thrones. The surrounding forest made it feel isolated from the modern world. The inside was a mix of preserved medieval stuff and modern renovations. Some parts had been turned into comfortable rooms, while others were kept original for the historical value. The staff gave us a little tour, showing us the Great Hall, the dining area, and then our rooms. My parents got one room, and my friend and I were put in this smaller room in one of the castle's corner towers. Our room was pretty cool at first. Circular walls, stone floor with some rugs, a window with a view of the forest, and these wooden beams across the ceiling. It had modern beds and a bathroom, but you could definitely tell you were in a centuries-old building. There was this heavy wooden dresser against one wall near the door and a small desk where we put our stuff. The only weird thing was that it felt colder than the rest of the castle, but we figured that was normal for a stone tower room. We spent the afternoon exploring with my parents, checking out the grounds, taking pictures, and learning about the castle's history. Though notably, nobody mentioned anything about it being haunted. We had dinner in the castle's dining hall with a few other guests, and everything was completely normal. Around 10 that night, my friend and I went back to our room to watch movies on my laptop. My parents were in their room just down the hall. We changed into pajamas, got comfortable on the bed with snacks, and started watching some comedy on Netflix. The first hour or so was fine, normal. We were laughing, eating chips, totally relaxed. Then, around 11:30, something changed. It wasn't gradual. It was like someone had flipped a switch. The air suddenly felt heavy, thick somehow. I remember looking up from the laptop screen because I got this intense sensation that something was wrong. I didn't even know what I was looking for, but I felt like I needed to check the room. At the exact same moment, my friend stopped mid-sentence and rubbed her arms. "Did it just get really cold in here?" she asked. It had. Not like air conditioning cold, but a bone-deep chill that seemed to appear out of nowhere. I could suddenly see my breath, which made no sense, because it was May and not particularly cold outside. The goosebumps on my arms appeared so quickly it actually hurt, like each hair was being pulled upright. "Do you feel that?" I whispered, not even sure what that was, just knowing something felt deeply wrong. She nodded, her eyes wide. "Something doesn't feel right." We both sat completely still, the movie still playing but forgotten. That's when I felt it. The undeniable sensation of being watched. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you and you can just tell? It was that, but 100 times stronger. My entire body was screaming that something was in the room with us. My friend must have felt it too, because she suddenly turned toward the corner of the room where the dresser stood near the entrance. She grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. "Don't look over there," she whispered. "I'm getting really bad vibes from that spot." Of course, telling someone not to look somewhere makes it impossible not to. I glanced toward the corner but saw nothing unusual. Just the wooden dresser, the stone wall, the shadows cast by our laptop screen, but the feeling of something being there was overwhelming. "I can't see anything," I said, but my voice came out shaky and thin. "I can't either, not really, but..." She trailed off, still staring at the spot. "There's something there. A woman." A cold rush went through me because I'd been thinking the exact same thing. I couldn't see anyone with my eyes, but somehow I knew, absolutely knew, that there was a woman standing in that corner of the room. I could sense her as clearly as if she were physically visible. "Blonde hair?" I asked, my voice barely audible. My friend's face went completely white. "Golden blonde, long." "How did you know that?" I couldn't explain it. I just knew. We both did. Somehow we were perceiving the same entity despite not being able to actually see her. The woman, or whatever it was, radiated intense negative energy. Sadness mixed with anger, like a storm of emotions concentrated in that corner of our room. "She's angry," I whispered. "And sad," my friend added. "So sad it hurts." We sat frozen, huddled together on the bed. The laptop screen eventually went black from inactivity, leaving the room dimly lit by just a small bedside lamp. That made it worse. The shadows seemed to move now, and the feeling of the woman's presence grew stronger. I wanted to call out to my parents. Their room wasn't far, but I couldn't make myself speak above a whisper. It was like my voice had been stolen. My friend seemed to be having the same problem. We were paralyzed, not by any physical force, but by a primal fear I'd never experienced before or since. What was most terrifying wasn't that we were sensing a ghost or spirit or whatever you want to call it. It was that we were sensing the exact same thing, in the exact same location, with the exact same details, without having discussed it first. We both knew she had long blonde hair with a golden tint. We both felt her intense sadness and anger. We both knew exactly where she was standing, even shifting positions slightly as we sensed her move around that corner of the room. At one point, I felt like she had moved closer to the bed, and without me saying anything, my friend whispered, "She's coming closer." We clung to each other, shaking. I remember thinking irrationally that if we closed our eyes or pulled the blanket over our heads, it would somehow protect us. But we couldn't even do that. We were too afraid to stop watching that corner. The room kept getting colder. Our breath was clearly visible now, coming in short, panicked puffs. The negative energy was so intense it felt physical, like pressure pushing against my skin. Neither of us spoke for what seemed like hours, though it was probably just minutes. Then, my friend whispered, "I think she's trying to show us something." I felt it too. An urgency behind the emotions, like the presence wanted to communicate, but whatever message she had was lost in the overwhelming fear and negativity she projected. It felt like drowning in someone else's trauma. Around 1 in the morning, according to my phone, though it felt like we'd been sitting there frozen for days, there was a subtle shift. The pressure in the room seemed to ease slightly. The presence was still there, but less intense, as if she'd exhausted herself or moved partially away. "Should we try to talk to my parents?" I finally managed to ask. My friend shook her head. "I don't want to move. I don't want to get any closer to that corner." So we stayed put. We eventually turned the laptop back on, not to watch anything, but just for the light and the comforting background noise. We kept it on all night, neither of us daring to sleep, though I think we both drifted off occasionally from pure exhaustion. When the first light of dawn came through the window, the presence finally faded entirely. The room warmed up. The pressure lifted. We looked at each other, both pale and exhausted with dark circles under our eyes. "Did that really happen?" my friend asked. I nodded slowly. We both felt it. We both saw her. Sort of. We were too drained to do anything but fall into an exhausted sleep as the sun rose. We were woken a few hours later by my mom knocking on the door, asking if we wanted breakfast. Over breakfast in the castle's dining hall, I must have looked rough because my mom kept asking if I was feeling okay. Finally, I just blurted out, "Is this castle supposed to be haunted?" The look that passed between my parents told me everything. "Why would you ask that?" my mom said cautiously. So we told them everything. The sudden cold, the presence we both sensed, the blonde woman, the overwhelming negative emotions. As we spoke, my mom's expression changed from concerned to genuinely shocked. "I didn't tell you about the legend because I didn't want to scare you," she finally admitted. "But now I wish I had." She explained that Najdzik Castle was actually known as one of Poland's most haunted locations. The staff didn't advertise this fact to regular tourists, but locals knew all about it. The main legend involved a young woman with golden blonde hair who'd been murdered in the castle hundreds of years ago, thrown down the well in the courtyard, according to the story. Her spirit was said to still roam the castle, filled with sadness and anger, supposedly protecting something, though no one knew what. My friend and I just stared at each other. We had somehow experienced the exact entity from the castle's legend without knowing anything about it beforehand. There was no way we could have made it up or imagined the same details. My mum apologized for not telling us, saying she thought it was just local superstition and hadn't wanted us to be scared staying there, but the damage was done. We checked out that morning, cutting our stay short. I couldn't have spent another night in that room if you'd paid me. Even now, years later, I still can't explain what happened. How did we both sense the same presence with the same details? How did we both feel those emotions so intensely? I've researched psychological explanations, mass hysteria, suggestion, even infrasound causing hallucinations, but none of them fully explain the shared experience we had. What haunts me most isn't just the memory of that night, but the question of what she wanted to show us. What message was she trying to communicate? I'll never know, but sometimes I still wake up with the sensation of being watched, and for a split second, I'm back in that castle room, feeling that heavy dread and knowing there's a woman with golden hair standing in the corner, filled with centuries of sadness and rage. Story 23. I still remember the day we pulled into that driveway. I was just 7 years old, sitting in the back seat of our old station wagon with my 4-year-old sister beside me, her feet barely reaching the edge of the seat. It was summer, I think maybe June, and the heat was making the windows fog up from our breath. The house didn't look scary or anything, just an ordinary 2-story place with white siding and dark shutters. Nothing special. The house sat at the end of a road that connected to a highway. You had to drive over this bridge that crossed some railway tracks to get to our place. Even though we were near the highway and those train tracks ran right along the side of our property, it was weirdly quiet most of the time. We were surrounded by farmland and these tiny towns that were basically just a gas station and a couple houses clumped together. My mum said that was the appeal. Privacy without being completely isolated. I remember that first night so clearly. The excitement of exploring a new place had worn off by evening, and the reality of being in a strange house hit me as the sun went down. My sister and I were sharing a room with bunk beds against one wall and a window directly opposite. Mom had hung up some cheap beaded curtains instead of a proper door. She was going through this bohemian phase that my dad tolerated with an eye roll. Those beads would rattle whenever anyone went through them, this distinctive clicking sound that you couldn't mistake for anything else. It took me forever to fall asleep that night. New place, new sounds, the occasional distant rumble of a train, the unfamiliar creaks of a house settling. I finally drifted off sometime after midnight. The weird stuff started about 2 weeks after we moved in. Nothing dramatic at first, just little things that made you pause and think, that's odd. Like we'd all be in the living room watching TV and we'd hear what sounded exactly like someone flipping through newspaper pages in the kitchen. My dad would get up to check, expecting to find Mum, but she'd be sitting right there next to us, or we'd hear someone cough from the hallway when everyone was accounted for. My parents brushed it off. Dad said old houses make weird noises. They talk as they settle. Mom was a bit more open-minded, but didn't want to scare us kids. So she'd just smile and say, "Must have been the wind," or "Maybe it's just the pipes." But I could tell by how quickly she changed the subject that she was unsettled too. The first really scary thing happened about a month after we moved in. My sister and I were staying with our dad for the weekend at our grandma's place. My parents were separated but trying to work things out. That awkward arrangement where they're not together but not officially apart either. Mum called us the next morning, her voice shaking. She told us that around 2 in the morning, she'd been in bed reading when she heard banging on the door that led from the kitchen to the laundry room. At first, she thought maybe it was the wind catching the door, but it kept getting louder and more persistent, like someone was pounding with their fist, demanding to be let in. She said it got so loud, it sounded like someone was going to break the door down. She was too terrified to get out of bed, so she just laid there, frozen, listening to this banging that kept getting more and more aggressive. Then it just stopped. Complete silence. She waited for like 20 minutes before working up the courage to check. The door was still locked from the inside, exactly as she'd left it before going to bed. The front door was locked too. No windows were open, nothing was disturbed. She checked the whole house and found absolutely nothing that could explain what she'd heard. When we got home that Sunday, I could tell she hadn't slept much. There were dark circles under her eyes, and she jumped at every little noise. She tried to act normal for us kids, but something had changed. She started double-checking the locks before bed, sometimes 3 or 4 times. Then things started happening in my bedroom. The beaded curtain would rattle at night when nobody was there. Not like when someone walks through it, more like someone was running their hand along the beads, just enough to make them click together. The first few times, I called out thinking it was my mum checking on us, but there was never any answer. I'd turn on my lamp and see the beads still swaying slightly, but no one was there. But the shadow was the worst part. I first noticed it about 2 months after we moved in. I woke up in the middle of the night needing to pee, and as I was about to climb down from the top bunk, I saw it, a dark figure standing by the window, not like a burglar or anything that solid. More like a shadow, but standing on its own, not cast by anything. It was roughly person-shaped, but taller than my dad, and it just stood there, not moving, not making any sound, just standing by the window, facing my bed. I froze. I remember the feeling of my heart pounding so hard, I thought it might break my ribs. I couldn't even call out for my mum. My voice just wouldn't work. I slowly slid back under my covers and pulled them over my head, like that flimsy blanket could protect me from whatever was standing there. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just lay there, sweating under my covers, too scared to look again. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a nightmare, or maybe moonlight creating weird shadows through the curtains, but deep down, I knew it wasn't either of those things. Then it happened again 3 nights later, and then again. Sometimes I'd go a week without seeing it, and I'd start to relax, thinking maybe it really had been my imagination. Then I'd wake up at 3 in the morning, and there it would be, that same dark figure, always in the exact same spot by the window, always facing my bed. I tried to be logical about it. I closed the curtains completely one night, thinking maybe it was shadows from the trees outside. But the figure appeared anyway, standing in front of the closed curtains. I moved my stuffed animals around, thinking maybe their shapes were creating the illusion. That didn't change anything either. I never told my parents or my sister. I'm not sure why. Maybe I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, or worse, that they would believe me, and we'd have to acknowledge that something was seriously wrong with our house. So I kept it to myself and developed a system. I'd pretend to be asleep while keeping one eye barely open, watching that figure stand motionless by the window until dawn, when it would simply not be there anymore. I never saw it fade or move away. It was just there, and then it wasn't. The worst night was in the middle of winter, about 6 months after we moved in. I woke up to the sound of the beads rattling. It was different this time, more agitated, like someone shaking them in frustration. I opened my eyes and saw the shadow figure, but it wasn't by the window. It was standing in the doorway, its dark form breaking up the pattern of the beaded curtain. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just lay there, staring at this thing that seemed to be staring back at me, even though it didn't have eyes that I could see. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, it moved back to its usual spot by the window. That was the only time I ever saw it move. My sister never mentioned seeing anything strange, and I never asked her. She was only 4 and I didn't want to scare her. Sometimes I'd watch her sleeping peacefully in the bottom bunk while that thing stood just feet away from her, and I'd be filled with this protective instinct. I'd lie awake all night watching it, as if my vigilance could somehow keep her safe. Other weird things kept happening around the house. Things would go missing and then turn up in places we'd already searched. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night, always to static. The radio in the kitchen would switch stations on its own, usually to stations that were just static or faint, indecipherable voices. Once my mum was doing dishes, and she swears someone whispered her name right in her ear. She spun around, but there was no one there, just an empty kitchen. My dad was the skeptic of the family, always finding logical explanations. The footsteps were the house settling. The TV had a faulty power switch. The radio was picking up interference from passing trains. But even he couldn't explain everything, like the time all the kitchen cabinet doors were open when we came down for breakfast, even though Mom had closed them before bed. We lived in that house for 2 years. 2 years of unexplained noises, missing objects, and for me, 2 years of sleepless nights watching that shadow figure by my window. We eventually moved because my parents' separation became permanent, not because of the weird stuff happening. Mum never admitted it, but I think she was relieved to leave that place behind. It's been 20 years now, and I still can't explain what happened in that house by the railway. I've researched the property's history, looking for deaths or tragedies that might explain a haunting, but found nothing remarkable. I've looked into scientific explanations, infrasound from the trains, carbon monoxide, mold that could cause hallucinations, but nothing fits all the experiences we had. Sometimes I drive by the old house when I visit my mum, who still lives in the same general area. It looks perfectly normal from the outside. I wonder if the people living there now experience the same things we did. I wonder if there's still a shadow figure standing by a window, watching someone pretend to sleep. I've never seen anything like it since, and I hope I never do again. But even now, when I wake up in the middle of the night, my eyes automatically scan the darkest corner of my room, looking for a shadow that shouldn't be there. Story 24. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me in Vegas last month. I've been to Sin City 15 times before, always had a blast gambling, seeing shows and enjoying the nightlife. But this time, something was fundamentally wrong from the moment I stepped off the plane. I'm a pretty normal guy, 32 years old, average build, nothing particularly remarkable about me. I've always been social, easy to get along with, never had trouble making friends or talking to strangers. Vegas has always been my escape, somewhere I could let loose and enjoy myself without thinking too much about real life back home. This trip started like any other. I booked a room at one of the mid-tier hotels on the Strip. Not super fancy, but definitely not a dump. I remember walking through McCarran Airport feeling pretty good, excited for a few days of fun. But as I stepped outside to catch a taxi, I felt something shift. It wasn't a physical sensation exactly, more like suddenly becoming aware of a heavy presence around me. The cab driver barely acknowledged me, which was strange because Vegas drivers are usually chatty. He kept checking his rearview mirror, not in the normal way drivers do, but like he was making sure I wasn't going to suddenly attack him. I tried making small talk, and he gave these short-clipped responses before falling silent. When I caught his eye in the mirror, he quickly looked away. By the time we reached my hotel, I was already feeling uneasy. The hotel lobby was crowded with tourists, but as I made my way to the check-in desk, people seemed to part around me. Not in an obvious way at first, but I noticed how they would glance in my direction and then step aside, creating this little bubble of space around me. The woman at the check-in counter wouldn't make eye contact either. She processed my reservation mechanically, sliding my keycard across the desk rather than handing it to me directly. When our fingers briefly touched as I took the card, she flinched and wiped her hand on her pants when she thought I wasn't looking. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I was just tired from the flight. Maybe I was picking up on other people's stress. But as I walked through the casino floor toward the elevators, it kept happening. People would look over their shoulders at me, then quickly look away or whisper to whoever they were with. A cocktail waitress who was smiling and friendly with everyone else became stiff and uncomfortable when I asked for a drink. She practically threw it at me and hurried away without waiting for a tip. In the elevator, a couple who had been laughing together fell silent when I stepped in. The woman moved slightly closer to her partner, and he put his arm around her protectively. They got off 2 floors before mine, but I heard the woman say, "Thank God," as the doors closed behind them. By the time I reached my room, I was seriously questioning what was happening. Did I smell bad? Was there something on my face? I checked myself in the mirror. Nothing unusual. Same face I've always had. I hadn't dressed any differently than I normally would for Vegas. There was nothing about my appearance that should have been causing this reaction. I decided to shower, change my clothes, and head back out. Maybe a fresh start would help. It didn't. If anything, things got worse as the night went on. I tried to sit at a blackjack table, and the other players immediately cashed out. The dealer wouldn't look at me directly, dealing my cards with this hesitation, like he was afraid of me. When I won a hand, he pushed the chips toward me so quickly, his hands were shaking. I tried going to the bar instead. The bartender served me, but kept his distance, putting my drink down and moving away immediately. When I tried talking to a group next to me, the conversation died instantly. They made excuses and moved to the other end of the bar. This happened 3 more times that evening. But the strangest part wasn't how people were reacting to me. It was how I felt inside. This overwhelming sense of dread and emptiness was building in me. I've dealt with depression before, but this was completely different. It wasn't sadness. It was this vast sense of nothingness that felt more real than anything I'd ever experienced, like nothing existed, like I belonged in that nothingness. I found myself thinking dark thoughts that didn't feel like my own. When people would look away from me, part of me understood. It was as if I was giving off this predatory vibe, even though I knew I wasn't doing anything threatening. But another part of me, a part that didn't feel like me at all, seemed to enjoy their discomfort. I went back to my room early, hoping sleep would reset whatever was happening. The hallway to my room was completely empty, but I swear I could hear whispers just at the edge of my hearing. Not distinct words, just this constant murmuring that would stop whenever I turned to look for the source. Sleep was impossible. The emptiness inside me kept growing. I laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling like I was sinking into an abyss. Around 3 in the morning, I started having this bizarre thought that maybe I wasn't real. Maybe I had died on the flight to Vegas, and this was some kind of hell or purgatory where I was doomed to be eternally isolated. When morning finally came, I was exhausted but determined to push through whatever this was. I told myself it was all in my head, that I needed to focus on positive thoughts. I've never been religious, but I do believe in energy and vibes. I tried to center myself, to push back against this dark feeling. I decided to try a different casino, thinking maybe a change of scene would help. I walked down the strip, and the same pattern continued, people avoiding me, looking uncomfortable in my presence. A street performer who was joking and interacting with everyone else went completely silent as I passed by. His smile froze, and he just stared at me with these wide eyes until I was past him. Inside the new casino, I headed for the coffee shop, desperate for caffeine and something normal. The place was packed, but somehow there was an empty table right in the center. No one would sit near it, even though people were waiting for tables. When I sat down, several people at neighboring tables immediately asked for their checks. The waitress approached me cautiously, pad in hand, but keeping the maximum possible distance while still being able to take my order. When she brought my coffee, she practically threw it on the table from a distance, spilling some. She didn't come back to check on me, and when I finally caught her attention to ask for the check, she brought it instantly, clearly relieved that I was leaving. As I sat there trying to enjoy my coffee despite everything, I noticed an old man at a nearby table watching me. Unlike everyone else, he didn't look away when I caught him staring. Instead, he held my gaze with this expression of recognition, pity. It was hard to read. After a moment, he slowly shook his head and made a small gesture with his hand that looked almost like he was warding something off. Then he left money on his table and walked out without finishing his meal. The oppressive feeling inside me surged. I felt like I was carrying this massive weight of darkness. The nothingness was expanding, threatening to swallow everything around me. I had to concentrate just to remember who I was, why I was there. Basic facts about myself seemed to slip away if I didn't actively hold on to them. I decided to try the pool area, thinking maybe sunshine would help. The pool was crowded, but again, there was this bubble of empty space around me. Parents would pull their children closer as I walked by. A group of women who had been laughing and splashing moved to the opposite side of the pool when I got in the water. I couldn't take it anymore. I got out, dried off, and headed back to my room. On the way, I passed a housekeeper in the hallway. She was singing softly to herself as she pushed her cart. But when she saw me, she stopped mid-word. Her face went completely blank, and she pressed herself against the wall as I passed, clutching a small cross necklace she wore. Back in my room, I sat on the edge of the bed, trying to make sense of what was happening. I'm a rational person. I don't believe in curses or possession or anything like that. But I couldn't deny that something profoundly wrong was occurring. It felt like reality itself was warping around me, like I had somehow slipped into a parallel dimension where I was perceived as something monstrous. I called the front desk and changed my flight to leave that evening instead of staying 2 more days as planned. The person on the phone sounded relieved when I said I was checking out early. As I packed, the feeling of nothingness was so intense I had to keep reminding myself to breathe. It was like being at the bottom of an ocean of emptiness, pressure crushing in from all sides. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, and for a split second, and I know how crazy this sounds, I didn't recognize my own face. It was like looking at a stranger wearing my features, something hollow and hungry looking back at me. I practically ran to the lobby to check out. The same clerk who had checked me in processed my departure, still avoiding eye contact. As she handed me my receipt, she hesitated, then said the only words anyone had directly spoken to me since I arrived. "It's not you, it's what's following you." Before I could ask what she meant, she turned to help the next guest, as if I wasn't even there. The taxi ride to the airport was silent. The driver kept looking in his rearview mirror, not at me but at the empty seat beside me. The overwhelming dread followed me through security, onto the plane, all the way home. Other passengers requested seat changes to avoid sitting near me. It's been 4 weeks since I got back, and things have slowly returned to normal. People don't avoid me anymore. I can have conversations without watching people's eyes glaze over in fear. The feeling of nothingness has receded. But sometimes, late at night, I feel it again. That vast emptiness, that sense that nothing is real. And sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a dark window or an elevator mirror, I see something else looking back at me for just a split second before my familiar face returns. Something that doesn't belong in this world. I don't know what happened to me in Vegas. I don't know if something followed me there, or if something was waiting for me. All I know is that I'm never going back, and I'm afraid that whatever it was might find me again someday.